9:30. Okay. Okay, before we even start, this is a run. This video is not the current world record video. I am the current record holder for this category, but this is not the record run. When I did that run, I was not configured yet to record the raw video. So unfortunately, I do not have the raw video of that record run. This was a run that was performed about a month ago. It ended up being a 4-hour, 12-minute, and 13-second run, which is the third fastest run ever performed in this category. SDFG holds the second fastest at 4:12:10. So this is just 3 seconds slower than his. And Mike, in my opinion, it's still up to the quality of the record run. Still lots of great things that were showcased in this one. And I don't feel like the 45-second difference is enough to merit absolutely needing a record run to perform or to do this commentary video. So instead, we're using this one. Should be just fine. Before we get started, I hope you notice that whenever I get started, I'm always highlighting. I go to the NES's naming screen and then I reset. What I'm doing is, you'll notice in just a couple seconds, whenever you reset the console, the RNG gets shifted back to the same values every single time. Whenever you reset the console, values are always the same. And you notice that when I reset the console, I immediately started pressing A. But you'll notice that my cursor is not on the first selection right here. When you do resets of this game, these are all set to memory. And I don't know why, but that's how it's done. So, in order to have my consistent RNG, I need to not move the cursor at all. Because every single time you move the cursor in this game, RNG is shifting values. Even on the character selection screen and up to this very beginning point. So, I set my menus how I want them to be, fast, stereo, and whatever I want my menu to color to be. And then I reset the game so I can just select through and I never have to move the cursor around. That lets me play with the menu color and still keep the consistent RNG. Here you'll notice that I always do the same cursor movements. So technically, going down to name Pooh, I made a bunch of cursor movements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So in essence, when I was naming Pooh, I moved the RNG 8 units by moving the cursor 8 times. You can actually move the cursor 8 times and name it something different. You could go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 and name Pooh M, and you would have the same RNG value at this point. It doesn't matter what the name is, it just matters the number of cursor movements to get there. And off we go. Timing starts when you press the Yep button, so I always start the timer in unison, pressing Yep and my timer button. Japanese timing actually starts from turning the console on. So I usually leave that in my videos just in case they want to compare times. So at this point, I'm actually still controlling the RNG. I use the RNG route all the way up to kill Starman Jr., and that depends on everything I do from power on until Starman Jr. is killed. So all of my movement, all of my menuing, everything is very scripted and intended in order to replicate my randomness every single time. Randomness is decided by a bunch of different factors. Every single time you press A and open up the menu, RNG shifts forward 1 units. So in essence, Earthbound's RNG is kind of like on a set script. You don't have like a random value that RNG will go to. If you do one action, it'll go to this one. If you do another action, it'll go to this one. That's not quite how it works. How it works is that RNG will always go from unit A to unit B. And how it gets there doesn't matter. A will always go to B. It just matters what you do to get there. So you could take a bunch of different actions, but no matter what, RNG will go to A, then B, then C, then D. It will never go from A to C. It'll always follow an intended, the same pattern. Which NPCs affect RNG here? All NPCs that have random movement. Pokey here, for example, Pokey's movement here is actually scripted. So his movement around does not change RNG at all. I could stand still right here for as long as I wanted to, and RNG would not change. But when you get down here, something I would like to call out that's a little tricky for most people when they don't understand this. When you're walking through this area, off screen over in this direction, underneath this little shack, there's a couple NPCs. You never see them, but they're there. It's the traveling salesman outside of that shack. When you're walking through roughly this area right here, those traveling salesmen are loaded and are shifting RNG. NPCs move RNG when they start moving and when they stop moving. Each time they do that, RNG shifts forward 1 unit. So you want to make sure that your movement through this little area is very predictable and always the same, so that the NPCs down here are always the same. The next thing I'm always looking for is this cop right here. He wants to move up as I pass him. And this guy, I want him to move to the right and hit the tree. So you saw him move just to the right a little bit as he was leaving the screen. See, for the next few minutes, nothing really interesting happens, but I'm still very intently focusing on my movements and everything because I'm still trying to get the randomness to be the same. What does RNG stand for? RNG stands for Random Number Generator. It's what the game determines, how the game decides all of the randomness in the game. And in theory, the game is not truly random. If you understand how the random number generator the internal game uses to determine all of the events, then you can manipulate them and cause the randomness to disappear because you know what the randomness is going to be. How far does the RNG manipulation go? Right now, the route that I do right now, it only goes to killing Starman Jr., but theoretically you could take it as far as you wanted to. The farther you take it, though, the harder it's going to be. I tried a while back to get the RNG all the way up to kill Frankenstein. I got really close in a bunch of runs, but I was never able actually to do it on console. Mainly because of, as soon as you enter ONET, there's tons of NPCs all over the place. And you have to have, like, at times, pixel-perfect movements as you navigate, so NPCs unload and load at the right times, and it's a disaster trying to navigate areas with lots of NPCs and maintain randomness. So, as soon as I'm leaving this house, you'll see me do some different things where I'm actually manipulating the randomness. See, right here, I open up the menu and close it. By pressing A and then B, it's shifting the RNG forward 2 values. And because I do that right there, here again, and here again, I'm actually preventing enemies from spawning ahead of me. And that leaves me to be able to walk right through this area. It's done very often in the any % route. For example, in Magic Ant, RNG manipulation is used for 6 or 7 minutes at a time to prevent enemy spawns in all of Magic Ant. Same idea here. Another thing to note is that the randomness, so the actual game uses 2 internal values. They're 1 byte long values. It uses 2 of them to determine all the randomness. And if you look at the internal game values, you can actually see when they change. If you go to like taskvideos.org or one of those, you'll see that you can find the memory addresses in there. And if you bring up some emulator or something like that to watch those values, it's actually usually the best way to plan out RNG routes and things like that. One thing that's important to note is that every single time a character is printed right here, RNG is changing. So like during that text conversation, RNG is changing hundreds of times, 1 for every single character. So that's why it's important if you want to replicate RNG from one person to another, you need to make sure that your character names are the same length. So like if one person is using, for example, Ness's name is 2 characters long, you need to make sure your name is 2 characters long, or else every single time Ness's name is printed, it'll be at a different point. Pipe Pusher, because we have determined that Glitchless is a no reset run. It's essentially a single segment RTA run, which doesn't use resets. That's kind of like just how we've defined it. I'm sure you could make another category where you could use resets and do RNG manipulation out the wazoo, but no. So once again, I'm doing RNG manipulation here. I do just go straight into auto attack, and this is giving you the theoretical perfect Starman Jr. fight. Starman Jr. has 3 different moves he can do. He can defend, he can use freeze, and he can use fire. Defending has like 10 characters and he's done with the move. Freeze has the 10 characters and then does the freeze animation. And fire has the 10 characters, but then it has like damage to Ness, damage to Pokey, damage to Picky, damage to Buzz. So you want to, if you're manipulating RNG, you want to make sure that you try and get the on defends, because they're considerably faster in speed. Even though the others don't damage you, they're slower. Why don't you save reset? Yeah. Just got that. Master. What's up, Popham? How you doing? Here you don't actually have to talk to Buzz. You can just walk by him. You don't have to press L or anything. Just walk by him and he'll talk to you. I didn't realize that for a long time. Hey, what's up, Leo? Here's I can talk about some button mashing techniques right here. So whenever you want to advance text, there are 4 buttons you can do to mash text. You can use A, B, you can use select, and you can use L. All of those buttons will advance text. But it's important to note that A and L advance text in the affirmative, and B and select advance text in the negative. So if an option ever comes up, yes or no, and you're mashing B, you will automatically press no. But if you're mashing and you're pressing L, it'll automatically select yes. So if you're expecting an option to come up that where you need to select no, shift over and start mashing B and select. But as soon as you're done with that and you're expecting a yes option to come up, start mashing A and L to get the text through as fast as possible. Okay, now we're just walking down to Onett. We have nothing we need to get in the library, so you can skip that. Now I'm going up to grab the Mr. Baseball Cap. The Mr. Baseball Cap actually is the highest defensive item you can get for the slot right here, but it's worth $99. And as a result, you can sell that, buy the baseball cap and the cheap bracelet, and put your defense higher than using just the Mr. Baseball Cap. Because as is right now, you can't afford the cheap bracelet, so you're left with an empty slot. Right here, you only need to withdraw $40. That's all the money you need to do everything you need. Right there, I messed up my menuing. Way to go, me. So you want to buy the T-ball bat, the Mr. Baseball Cap, and the cheap bracelet. When you're buying the Mr. Baseball Cap, it'll automatically sell the other one. You don't need to go in and actually sell it. When you're going down here, you can actually use a couple different techniques. You can try and despawn those guys down here, but if you see them, I've found that it's faster just to go around the hospital, because when you're going around the hospital, you're guaranteed to not spawn enemies in that area. I don't know why, but that's just how it works. Hey, what's up, Tifa? So, at this point, you are just a couple experiences off of where you need to be. So killing this guy will give you level 3. But also, by killing these 3 guys in the order we're killing them, we will put ourselves at a point to gain experience and gain a level after Frank, and it is a big level, and it's very helpful. It'll put you at a 60 max HP and 20 psychic points, and that is very helpful to killing Frank because it gives you a 5 psychic points bonus. We also fight him for the hamburger drop. One safe thing you can do on the Pogo Punk is if he rushes you hard first round, you can opt to use a bread roll, because if you get unlucky and he charges forward 3 times, he'll kill you. So sometimes if I'm feeling not risky, I will pop a bread roll if he charges forward first turn. For this Yes Man Jr. fight, I'm looking for my HP to be above about 20. His big move does 10 damage where he swings his hula hoop, does like 10 to 12 damage-ish. So I'm just looking for my health to be above that threshold. So if he were to attack me twice with his big hit, I would still survive. So I usually go into that fight with 20 to 24 is about my range. I'm looking for it to be on the low end. If I'm below there, I will life up. The Frank fight is a fun one. Every time he hits you, you need to life up. Every single time you get hit, life up. Whether it be a life up or a bread roll or something like that. One thing to note, it's more used on the Frankenstein fight. There's the kind of like a magic number where when you're at that point and you take mortal damage, if you were to life up, you can get the life up off in time. That number is around 21 to 23. And it kind of varies based on how fast you can mash. If you're at like 21 HP and you take mortal damage and you've already chosen life up and you get hit first, if you mash fast enough, you can get it off in time before you tick down to 0. 21 to 23 is the scary range though, where if you're not mashing fast enough, you'll die. I found that about 24 to 25 is the safe point, where if you're just like mashing normally, you'll still get it off. Yeah, I know, Poexel. It's interesting that that mechanic is significantly different because of the tech speed. So yeah, that Frank fight is... actually, I wanted to highlight something else in this Frankenstein fight. First round... Oh, my Steam is popping up. Someone wants me to come play Counter-Strike. So Frankenstein will always alternate attacks. He always does a burst of steam and then an attack, burst of steam and then an attack. But his first attack will always be a punch. He will never tear forward first after that first attack. After that, it's fair game. Also, whenever you know he's on a round to attack, I always look at my HP. The highest damage I've ever seen him do is 36. So if I'm at 36 or below on the round he's going to attack, I will life up. If I am at... yeah, and if he ever attacks me and I get put below that number in between attacks, like if I get hit and I get put below like 25, I will life up on his empty turn, just to play it safe. Hopefully that makes sense. So we killed Frank, we're gonna go right back in. If you talk to Frank right then, he'll just give you the same text. You have to leave and come back, so he will give you a full heal. Yeah, like I was saying, if you know he's going to attack and you're at about in the range of like 20 to 35, I would say maybe 22 to 35, I will be lifing up. Just so that he hits you first, and then you're lifing up as soon as that hit goes through, so you're at max health. It's advantageous to always wait until the attack if you can. Alright, Kumail, thank you. Right here, I'm just mashing L and A because you have to hit yes eventually. You can use a safe strat here to go back to the drugstore, withdraw like 80 bucks, and then go fill up your inventory on hamburgers. I use that almost every single time in races or marathon situations to keep myself safe for the giant step area. It's not that big of a time waste or time sink or anything like that. It maybe takes like a minute at most, and unless your time is like sub 4:30, I would probably recommend doing it every single time. Just so you don't get burnt out on O-net resets. Here's an interesting time to start talking about stutter steps. So, enemies have different movement patterns. Some enemies, as soon as they spot you, they will come at you, whether you're moving or not, and they'll come in a straight line. Some enemies will have like a swinging motion. These are enemies such as the UFOs, the diamond enemies, the crows. They have a swinging motion. So, but sometimes they need to swing this way before they can go this way. So if there's like a cliff right here, and the enemy's right here, and wants to go that way, it needs to go that way first. But because there's a cliff here, it can't go that way because its first animation is to go that way. So it's literally stuck here on the cliff. And you can use that to your advantage sometimes just to walk by enemies because they can't complete their animation to go that way, so they can't attack you that way. Other enemies, such as the rowdy mice in this cave, the antoids, the slugs, every single enemy in this cave has a different enemy movement pattern. They only move when you're moving, and it's only after you've been moving for 2 frames. So if you're able to move 1 frame at a time, the enemies will never move. So that's used often to move past enemies. If you're able to do it fast enough, you can basically what we call stutter past enemies, where you just kind of move a little bit at a time and you can skip past enemies. Hopefully you'll see me do it on the 2nd floor to skip antoids. In this area, I'm just looking for slugs. Slugs are by far the best way to grind and gain experience. In this area, we want to hit level 8 before we fight Titanic Ant. Level 8 is, it's not a big level up, but it's the level where we get PSI Rockin'. And we use that PSI Rockin' to be able to kill Titanic Ant. If you want to play it safe, you can actually level up to level 9. And level 9 is one of those special levels where your HP and psychic points are guaranteed. So you want to hit level 9, where in level 9 you're guaranteed 90 and 30. At the guaranteed levels, you always have 3 times HP what you do have psychic points. So like at level 9, you hit 90, 30. Earlier, you were 60, 20. At the very beginning of the game, you're 30, 10. A little later on, you hit 140, 140, 35, 140, no, 150, 40. Is that it? I don't know, something like that. It's those values. I can't math right now. 120, 40, that's what it is. Yeah, so once again, just grinding on slugs to get experience. If you get caught into an antoid fight, it's okay. Kill the antoid first if there's an antoid and a slug. Kill the antoid first and then kill a slug. Sometimes what I do is if I haven't hit level 8, you'll realize that there's 3 more antoid spawns going up to the top. Like once you exit this cave, there's that butterfly area, and then you go into that little cave section before Titanic Ant. As you're going up, there's 3 areas where antoids can spawn. Antoids give you 37 experience. So do the math. If you need 111 experience to level up, 111 or less to get to level 8, you're probably safe to start heading up and just find an antoid at each of those spots. And then you will hit level 8 right before you're going up to Titanic Ant. I got the unlucky hypnosis right there, apparently. So I haven't hit level 8 yet, but it looks like I'm already heading up. I'm probably really close. I haven't been counting. But, yeah. This butterfly spawns there like 75% of the time. If he's not there, just go back into the cave and come back out and keep trying until he is there. You use this magic butterfly to get your HP and psychic points back up to max. You want to avoid at all costs using psychic points here up to Titanic Ant because you want to conserve them for that fight, which is scary. I think this is where I hit level 8. Yeah. So I got a big offense boost right there. An offense boost of 6. Level 8 is a crazy variable offense boost level. You can get from 0 to 6 offense right there, and that's the one number you actually use to determine whether you can auto kill the Antoids or not. If you're getting like 6, between like 4 and 6, very strong likelihood that you'll be able to kill the Antoids in one hit. If you get 3, you might be auto killing the Antoids. If you're getting 2 below, don't even bet on it. What's a time save from using auto battle? You have to use auto battle strategically. I don't like using auto battle on the slugs because if I do sub 30 to a slug, I hate canceling out and then manually selecting that slug again. So the Titanic Ant fight. I always use Rockin' as soon as I can. If Titanic Ant hits me hard second turn or first turn after I Rockin', I might end up lifing up right then. But you want to try and get rid of all your psychic points as fast as possible, anticipating the PSI magnet. If he uses PSI magnet and takes away a considerable amount, you're going to be left without being able to do one of your Rockins, which is not fun. The moves you're hoping for are defense down, magnet after you've used your psychic points, and weak attacks. He has 2 levels of attacks, one that does like 25 and the other one that does like 35 to 40. You also need to be conscious of that, because if he smashes you with his big attack, it does like 60 damage. It's rough. Note that every single one of these sanctuaries gives you a full heal, so there's no need to go back to an O-net or back to a hotel or anything. A different strategy we used to use in this spot is we would save in the drugstore back in O-net, and then get one of these Antoids, get into a back attack, and have them kill you. And so then you warp back to O-net. There's some disadvantages and advantages to that route. What's my average giant step time? Probably like 21:30 to 22 minutes to actually killing the ant. One interesting thing to note while I'm talking about these smash attacks do not have any variability, which is interesting. A smash attack, if you have one enemy and another enemy, and they all have their stats, this guy will always smash this guy for the same amount of damage. Always. There is no variability in smash attacks. Every single smash will always do the same amount. So when you're talking to that cop, it's faster to say no, actually, that you can't read. There's less text. It's like 50 characters difference, but it is faster. Once again, if you want to use safe strats right here, go back into that drugstore up here and buy some more boogers. The cop fight can be scary. Is it ever worth going back a bit to try and clear some enemies in the cave to get rid of the lag? Clear enemies solely because of lag? No. Why do the rowdy mice smash you all the time? It's because the rowdy mice have really high guts. They're just programmed that way. So on these cops, I use a kind of strategy. If I ever hit like in the 50s, like between like 50 and 60 HP, I will often use a hamburger to life up. If I ever get below about 30 HP, always life up. Because their crushing chop does like 30 something damage. And if you ever get below like 35, you want to life up every single time. Don't bother using a hamburger, just go straight to the life up. And you want to, in my opinion, I try and burn through the hamburgers earlier, so you're left with more psychic points for the Captain Strong fight. In essence, you always want to leave yourself so that if you ever get hit, the lowest that he will ever put you down to is like that safe range, which is about 24-ish HP. You never want to get put below that amount of HP, because if you do, and you go second after, if you go after the cop, you will not get your life up off and you will die. So keep your HP in a safe range. Use your hamburgers if you can instead of lifing up, so you can conserve your psychic points for Captain Strong. And pray for good luck. Because it's always nice if you go into Captain Strong with lots of psychic points, you can go for the double rockin' kill, which is essentially use 2 rockins and he's dead. Which is exactly what I'm doing here. Captain Strong has like 140 something HP, and the rockin' has a range of 40 to 120. So if you get average rockins both times, you'll kill him. So after we've done the police, we are done in O-Net. What we used to do, actually, what I used to do is go up and talk to Frank to do a full life up. We no longer do that anymore. What you want to do is from here until reaching reaching Happy Village, you want to make sure you grab the exit mouse here. That'll be used in Belch's base. You want to grab 2 butterflies. After you grab the first one, life up, and grab the second one, and that will give you full HP and full psychic points. That way it's faster than going and healing up for full somewhere. Oh, I do a life up right here, yeah. So now I'm full health, and 1 more butterfly will put me at full psychic points. One interesting thing to note about these guys, these mushrooms right here, for some reason they have a very small aggro radius. Meaning you have to get super close to them for them to start coming at you. That aggro radius is probably kind of like this. Like, it's crazy small for some reason. These mushrooms and the mobile sprouts have the same algorithm to determine their radius area. So as long as you don't go into that radius, you're fine. So you can get unusually close to these enemies. I got too close. I was pushing my luck there. But I can demonstrate something here, apparently. Don't do what I did. Okay, because I'm mushroomized, like every a minute or so, the controller shifts. But really all it does is it turns by 90 degrees. So if you rotate your controller 90 degrees, you can keep as if like you had up, left, down, and right. It's easier to do it that way. So right here, I'm gonna withdraw $600, which gives me plenty to do everything I need for the next little bit. And I do a save. So this is for a death warp in a little bit. The death warp we're going to be using is after we get Paula. We want to death warp back to Tucson instead of having to walk back through Peaceful Rest Valley. So yeah, you saw me stop for some reason right there. I probably had to rotate my controller right there. There's two different death warp strats that you can use. You can save in the department store, die in the Mondo Mole Cave, warp back to the department store, withdraw money, and then go revive Paula at the hospital, northeast part of Tucson. The other option, which is scary in my opinion, is to save in the bus stop, and then there's actually a cup of life noodles in Peaceful Rest Valley, and it's near the entrance to Happy Happy Village. So after you get Paula, go back into Peaceful Rest Valley, and you have to go through about 3 spawn areas, grab the cup of life noodles, get Ness and Paula to both die, bring them back at the bus stop, use the cup of life noodles immediately on Paula, and then you can walk straight to Polestar. And that way you skip the hospital and you have less walking in Tucson. It's much more random, and it's a little scarier, but it is an option. Do the sanctuaries cleanse you of the mushroom? Yes, the sanctuaries are a completely full heal. There's only a very few number of those heals in this game. For example, Talarama in the Monkey Cave, he does a full heal, reviving people and all that. Whenever you talk to the Starstorm guy, he does full heals. This girl will buy your mushroom from you, so don't bother going to the hospital if you get mushroom eyes, just talk to her. Yeah, Talarama will give you a full heal. The Starstorm guy, whenever he warps down to grab Pooh, will give you a full heal. In this area right here, we're using something called what I call a progressive despawn. You want to... So what this progressive despawn is, there's like little areas where enemies can spawn. For example, like there's like little squares in different areas. And they will only spawn if they're a certain amount off screen. So what you want to do is... Oh, also, and imagine the screen is about... has another section on it. So imagine dividing the screen into thirds and tacking on another third to the left and right side. That's essentially what the despawn area is in this game. So if an enemy it goes off like maybe roughly like a third of the way to the left, right, top, or bottom, that enemy will despawn and cease to exist. And then you can try and go back up, and the game will either respawn enemies or you'll end up with nothing. So that's what I mean with like the despawn. You just go back off screen a little bit, the enemy will despawn, and you can try and go back up through that same area where enemies spawn and try and get them to disappear. So back in Peaceful Rest Valley, I'm just going to go ahead and skip. I was at 33 minutes. I want to skip back here real quick. So when you're coming up here, you don't have to check the pencil or anything. All the pencil needs to do is be in your vision. Really all it needs to do is be loaded in the game memory. As soon as you can see that pencil, you are done. You can turn around. You don't need to go check it or anything like that. So we're going to go see that pencil, and then we're going to go walk along the north side of these buildings, which is the fastest way to get into Berglund Park and talk to Applegate. Sophie, I don't really have any specific timing or anything like that. It's more of just a feel thing that I use. So we got the pencil eraser. So you actually notice that that Everdread was still in Berglund Park. You actually don't need to fight him, ever. Just avoid him. He has kind of a aggro radius, where as soon as you walk into like a little box, he'll jump off and attack you. Never enter that radius until you're coming back with Paula. So now we're gonna go walk over to Happy Happy Village. Once again, using the small aggro radius of those mushrooms to our advantage. We don't have to take a big route around them, just kind of a slight path around them. Yeah, and Everdread is a brutal fight, Great Connect. He's a toughie. In some of my earlier runs, before I realized you could skip him, he beat me. He ended my run a couple times. So I'm grabbing that butterfly. Now I have max HP and max Psyche points, so I am good to go. There's a couple spawn areas right here. This right here is a spawn area. And that area is a spawn area. You have to be careful in these areas because you do not want to get trapped in between these two areas. If you let guys basically come across this barrier right here, or come across this barrier, you put yourself in a situation where you cannot despawn any of them and you're forced into a fight. Avoid that. And I think I do have to demonstrate that in this run. See, once again, I have guys there. I'm going to despawn them, and now I have guys here. But you notice, these are the guys that have the swinging back and forth motion. Use that to your advantage. They cannot come up around at you. And because they're stuck in the corner, they can't move. So you can get abnormally close to these guys without them being able to attack you, because they can only go left and right. And they can only move up as they're moving left and right. So I'm going to, yeah, you saw me get pretty close to them because I'm trying to despawn this guy. And I realize right here that I can't get any closer to him to despawn him, so I'm going to have to get close to him, because this diamond over here is once again another enemy that swings back and forth. So I can get very close to him without him attacking me, which is what I'm going to do right here. So you'll notice I am pretty dang close to this guy, like maybe a pixel off of him, but I had to come way over here so that I could despawn the guys over here, so I could despawn this guy. So now these guys are now despawned, and now I can despawn the guy over here. This is another area where enemies can spawn. Interesting fact about those trees that you just saw. The trees actually move slower than you do, so you can walk past them. Even if they're coming right at you, Nest moves faster than them, so you can walk. If you have a tree and you get in front of them, doesn't matter. You've already beaten them. Interesting. UFOs can't attack you if you move at a diagonal. I believe that's also the same if you move up and down. It's as soon as you're moving like left and right that the UFOs move faster than you. Because like I said, the UFOs can't move in a straight line towards you. If you're moving up, he's having to go left and right to get to you, and he's not gonna be able to catch up. So I have a strategy that I use here. First thing we want to do, buy 2 refreshing herbs. One of those refreshing herbs will be used at Master Belch. If he poisons one of your party, you want to immediately get rid of it. The other is used as a safety for the mold cave in the desert. In case either one of the snakes poisons you or the ants poisons you. Second thing to consider is the croissant. If you ended up with a couple hamburgers at this point, you are probably safe not buying a croissant, but if you have no healing items whatsoever, it might be safe to buy a couple croissants. See if I do in this run. I believe I still have a couple hamburgers, so I probably won't be buying a croissant. Next thing you'd buy here, you want to buy the Sandlot Bat for Ness and the Holmes hat as well. And then you're all done here. Interesting fact about these cultists. You cannot run from those fights. It's a lot how whenever a game has a scripted fight that you should not be able to run from with a certain enemy, for some reason it flags all enemies of that kind as being unrunnable. For example, the slimy little pile in the 3'd underground tunnel, you cannot run from him because it's a scripted fight. That makes sense. But what they forgot is now all the rest of the slimy little piles, for example in Belch's base, also become unrunnable. The same goes for these cultists. Because there was one scripted fight in the big cultist house, all of the cultists become unrunnable. So avoid those fights at all costs because you can't run from them. Strategy here, use a rocket on first turn no matter what. If I do big damage to both cultists, for example I did a big damage to him, if you leave just one cultist alive and he's almost dead, just bash. If you have 2 enemies alive, just go ahead and rock him again. Yep, there you go, Popham. For some reason I used to think that it was like a random chance that sometimes you just fail a run. It's not true. It's because of the enemy that you're fighting. They're flagged to become unrunnable. If you took a lot of damage from that fight, go ahead and use a hamburger or the croissant from that fight to go ahead and life up, because you want to ideally conserve all your recycle points for this fight. So I'm going to go ahead and use a hamburger and put myself near full health. Yes, Goldilocks, I will be saving this stream. I'll probably put this on YouTube as well. If you do need an extra croissant, whoops, I went back too far. Oh gosh. Where am I? Oh, anyways. So there's a... Actually, I want to make sure you guys see this fight. Down here, that present down there, that's a croissant down there. If you need an extra healing item, go ahead and grab that one. This one is a skip sandwich. We'll be getting that after the carpenter fight. Goodbye, Crow. For this fight, if he ever calls for help and you end up fighting too, just rock him. It's not worth it to try and bash your way through it. It just takes too much time. Just rock him, kill him as you need to, and just get the fight done with. Level 12 is a big level. You gain lots of HP and lots of psychic points. Or is it level 13? I'm not sure. For this carpenter fight, you have a couple options. Yeah, what I was doing right there is I was making sure I had my inventory, had an empty slot in it. So that, because after the fight he gives you the key to the cabin. If you don't have room, you have to talk to him again, it takes a while. If you want to go for the one cycle, oh whoops, it is kind of random, but if he hits you with both lightnings and you do a solid rockin', you can kill him on the first turn. What might be the better option though, is you want your HP to be as low as possible at the end of this fight. Because remember, you're going to be doing a death warp after this fight. So ideally you want your HP to be like sub 30. So like right now would be the perfect time to kill him, like 13 health, and I got it. I think I still get a big level up right here though. But this is like ideally where you want to be. 16 health, that means the mole playing rough that we're going to be getting into a fight with in the cave will one-shot Ness. Because that death warp fight is almost a bigger factor in time savings than the carpenter fight. It's better to make the carpenter fight take a little longer to get Ness's HP where it needs to be. Grab the skip sandwich here. That skip sandwich we will be giving to the monkey in the mole cave. I will never be completely abandoning Glitchless. Glitchless will and always will be my main run. So after you kill Carpenter, all the enemies have disappeared, so you don't need to worry about despawning anything in this cave. You just walk straight through. There are still crows though. The best bet is to take this path and go straight around here instead of going left, because there's almost always a crow right here. Just come around this corner and come down here, and you're almost always safe. Same goes for on the return trip. And once again, I was exploiting this crow's movement. You can get really close, but he cannot attack you, because to attack you, he needs to swing this way first to go this way. And he can't swing that way because he's stuck on a wall. So you are completely safe walking right next to him. Don't do what I just did right there. You can just give the key to her. You don't have to talk to her. Now we're going to be doing some inventory management right here. So at this point, Paula has no defensive items. And once you get to the 3 tunnel, which is where she's going to have her first big fights, she needs defense. So, and Ness's defense isn't as important anymore because he has a lot of health. So instead of just unequipping Ness and then giving everything to her, just straight up take Ness's defensive items, which is the Holmes hat and the cheat bracelet, and then give them to Paula. And then have Paula drop the teddy bear. This is having the effect of unequipping Ness, giving the defensive items to Paula for later, and getting rid of the teddy bear, which will make this fight end quicker. Teddy bears work by Mole playing rough, picks an enemy, and then the teddy bear steps in and absorbs the attack 75% of the time. So what your strategy is here is every single turn, have Ness use the ATM card, and Paula bashes. The reason you're doing that isn't to try and kill him or anything. Ness's damage is too high, so you don't want to kill him, so you just have him use the ATM card, which wastes his turn. Paula attacks in case the mole makes himself feel strange. Attacking him will immediately remove that effect. So, Ness uses the ATM card, Paula bashes every single time. That was exactly how you want that mole to go. See, and now because I saved in the department store, we're back there. You want to withdraw some money for the hotel, or for the hospital. And now we can go do our thing. How much reduction? I think it cuts it in half. We're gonna go ahead and talk to this Runaway 5 dude, since we're already here to grab the backstage pass. Even though we're gonna be walking right here, we're not gonna be walking that close. We're gonna beeline it down to Polestar to return Paula. Once again, using the despawning technique to get rid of that cop that had just appeared right there. And because we had to drop that teddy bear to Death Warp over here quicker, we're going to be going up to the second story of Polestar into Paula's room to grab that teddy bear for safety purposes. Mainly for the Threed Cave. Threed Cave is a terrifying cave. So you want to use everything you can to your advantage. Teddy bear is one of those things. This is upcoming is going to be really the first photo skip that we're going to be doing. Photo skips aren't defined as glitches, mainly because it's normal movement. And you're not really tricking the game, you're just walking a different way. We have to define that as not a glitch. Because you could do that in a casual playthrough on accident. See right here, normally when Everdred jumps off this house, he's attacking you, but because we've already rescued Paula, he doesn't attack us, he just gives us the water bills and heads in. If you were to talk to Everdred before you get Paula, he will attack you. What we do to set up this photo skip, you want to go north enough so you'll be clipping against this barrier right here, and then just go straight left. It'll push you down to right underneath the theater, and you will not... The photo area is like right here. So avoid this area right here, clip along the wall, and slide in. What's up, Ramsey? No need to talk to anyone in that room. Should we just skip the runway 5? I mean, there's nothing to talk about here. I'm just gonna skip this. Sorry, guys. We'll walk. We'll go ahead and watch it. We'll go ahead and show everything. Note that there are 6 members of the Runaway 5. Mother 2 is Earthbound in Japanese. And yes, they are considered different runs. Because the text speed makes a huge difference and it actually changes gameplay mechanics. For all the newcomers, this is not the world record run that I'm using for this. This is a run that I completed about a month ago. It was a 4:12:13 completion time. It was on pace to be a low 4:09 up until the very end. So this was the best run I'd ever done up until about like 3 hours and 50 minutes into the run, and then it all fell apart. What about Wii U on VC? I believe Wii U on VC is the same as the SNES, but to be safe, SNES is what we use to speedrun this game, so there's no question about differences in versions or anything like that. As soon as you enter let me make sure that text goes away, and then I can demonstrate. As soon as you exit this building, hold right. If you go down a single pixel, you will enter that photo zone again. Hold right, and you'll skip the picture area again. So hold right, take kind of a loop around the picture, and talk to him from the south. Yeah, they changed the Rock and Alpha animation, they changed the Starstorm animation. When you finish Manny Manny, or Ness's Nightmare, and you're like spinning around looking at all the sanctuaries again, it doesn't flash as fast. So right now we're going to be walking up to the graveyard. Graveyard right now is a scary little part, but you can use things to your advantage. For example, all of these tombstones, if like for example there was an enemy down here, a lot of times you can use these tombstones as like a safety, because if like there's a fly, the fly is not going to be able to cut through here, because to cut through there you'd have to move vertically. The flies have to swing back and forth to get to you. And because they're swinging back and forth, they're not going to make it through that gap. So you're probably safe right here, even if there was a fly right there. Something I use as a kind of like a sign right here. Flies have or enemies have a chance of spawning in this little area right here, which is where you want to end up going, and over here. What I end up using is this tree right here. As soon as you touch this tree, you have despawned both spots right here. So use this tree as the sign of when to turn around and start heading back up. So you'll see me use it right there. Actually, went more south than I usually do right there. Oh, tried to cut that too close. So you don't actually have to go talk to them, just kind of get relatively close. When you're returning from the zombies, come down into this area, because if there's flies that spawned over here, they will immediately come at you. But if you headed down first and there was flies over here, they will come at you this way and get stuck in the trees. So use this kind of outcrop right here to your advantage to expose the enemies over here. Come over here, see if there's any enemies, and if there are, hug this bottom section and retreat back and respawn them by coming in like this. If you just go straight across and there's enemies, you'll get attacked every time. Come down here, see if there's enemies, and if there are, head back. Turn my light on during this next little section. Outcrops, use them. Seriously, it's very important to use to know enemy movement patterns and to know your environment to be able to avoid the fights. Nothing to really talk about here. Oh, you're welcome, KF Napa. One option to use as a safe strat, when you come out to this room, if you want to go in here, there's like 8 presents with cookies. If you want to play really safe, feel free to go in here and grab a couple cookies for healing items for later. In case you happen to get into like a fight with a gruff goat or something on accident, whatever, like something like that. I have both pound cake and ice cream. What do I do? What Temple said, both. So he's going to give you the bent key. All you have to do is go to the first locker and open it. Or try and open it, and that triggers that you've used it and you can come back. So then you're going to come back in, you're going to go to the far locker in this front row, and this locker right here. This locker in the back left also has an item, but it's like a broken item, and it has no use. I've forgotten what it is at this point. Go and equip both of those items, and head out. Make sure you don't forget to come in here and get the monkey. I've forgotten that before. It's not a broken spray can. I think it's a broken weapon or something. It's obnoxious though, because all the broken items you are unable to drop. If they're like critical items. Like the broken iron. Things like that you can't drop. Broken spray cans though, they're replaceable items, so you can replace those. Fastest way to get down here is through this little barrier. So we do have a gruff goat. So whenever I see a monster right here, you're gonna come over here to the left. But you have to be careful because over here to the left, there is another monster spawn area. This wall kind of bends down a little bit like this, down to about here. So you're hoping that the enemy spawns either west or northwest of that little outcrop. If you see him below that, immediately turn around. See, I got crazy unlucky right there, and I got trapped between two gruff goats. This is a bad situation. Gruff goats can kill you very quickly. They have two different attacks, the rammed and trample and the charge forward or something. I got very lucky in that he never did the charge forward, he only rammed and trampled me. Oh, apparently I got hit hard once. So yeah, I got torn apart in that fight. I think that's the first time I've ever gotten into a fight with a gruff goat right there. And unfortunately, I was forced to use my boiled egg right here. Normally, you want to save that boiled egg until after the protoplasm fight. Bad. Make sure you did not throw away the broken spray can. That defense spray that it becomes, you can sell for good money. Be careful right here. You can take a risky route. There is a picture right here in this little area right here. But if you can hug this corner perfectly, you can technically walk to above this picture area right here and hug this corner, walk above it, and go straight down, and you end up saving like maybe a second instead of walking around. I don't do it because I don't practice it, and it's only like a second time save. If you want to practice it and try and skip this photo by going on the south side, be my guest. It's too scary for me. I actually wait right here for the monkey to come down to me. If you go all the way down, if you hit this while he's not touching you, or the monkey's not right behind you, he will actually take a while. He will start walking really slow to come down to you. Whereas if you just wait, he'll come down faster. I wouldn't even be mad. I want someone to take my record. I want to see this run improved even more. Yeah, really the only grinding that's ever done in this run is in a giant step. After that, we rely on the bosses and that kind of stuff to give you big EXP. So one thing right here that some people don't realize, and I've seen people do this the wrong way. When you're coming down here, do not come straight down here. If you come straight down here, there will be a gruff goat here every single time. If you take a roundabout path right here, for some reason the game never loads the gruff goat spawn area down here. So take a wide path around here, come down through this area, and there will be no enemy. So this protoplasm is 100% RNG, there's nothing you can do about it. Bash and hope you win. Right here I was probably considering running. Running in this game, I might as well talk about it now since I kind of paused to consider it right there. Or I know what was going through my mind. Running is determined in this way. You have a X% chance to run at the very first round. That X% chance is your speed, it's actually the highest member of your party's speed minus the highest enemy's speed. So if your highest speed is like 40 and the enemy's speed is 20, you have a 20% chance to run first turn. Every round after that, it increases by 10% every time. So if you started with a 20% chance to run, you will get a 30% chance second time, 40% chance fourth time, 50, 60, 70, all the way to eventually you will have a guaranteed chance to run. This part right here is critical. You want to have Jeff and Bubble Monkey hugging the top edge. Usually what I do is I'll wait right here until Bubble Monkey joins me, and then start walking left. As soon as this present starts approaching you, he is forced in that direction until he hits his like distance point. And that distance point is way beyond anything over here. So you get him to start moving. As soon as he moves, hug the bottom edge and walk left. But you're relying on Bubble Monkey not pausing and waiting up behind you. So hug the top. As soon as he starts moving, go down and start going left. And you're praying that Bubble Monkey doesn't screw it up. Just like that. But you're hoping that Bubble Monkey doesn't leave you like that. Can I explain why red swirls seem to make no sense? Did I die in this protoplasm? I think I died to him. Yeah. The safe thing to do right there would be after the duck, go down. There's a little present to the south of the duck. You can go down and get a croissant to life yourself back up if you really need it, which I probably should have done right there. So not that present. That present right there, that's a croissant. So if you come right here, come down this, up here, go down there, that's a croissant right there. So I can try and do the dodge again, and that time I just screwed it up. Yeah, these fights in here are for some reason, they're scripted fights, they're not normal enemies. So regardless of which direction you're facing, it will be a normal fight. Because they're like scripted fights. So yeah, no matter what way you're facing for those protoplasms or duck, it'll always be normal fights. You don't need to turn or anything. So in this area, I'm just going to be doing something called the progressive despawn, which is what I've called it. So you'll notice how really this whole area right here is a potential spawn spot. So as long as you don't go all the way back and to the back right here, you kind of restrict the spawning area to a subsection of the entire spot. So that's what I'm doing when I do a progressive despawn. So as soon as I see an enemy, I turn around just enough to despawn them, and then I start coming back. And that pushes the spawn area where they can be to a certain point and back. So that way I can kind of like, I got to here this time, and then I had to work back. But next time I got to here, and then I work back. Next time I got to here, and you can kind of slowly force yourself through a section. I'd be using a stutter step right here. That rat's stuck on the present anyway. Wow, I got really good luck in this tunnel. Wow. Holy crud. Don't expect a tunnel like that. You're probably going to have to be doing despawns in that area. This was a godly tunnel. Grab this bottle rocket in case you need it for the 3 tent. The boogie tent, that is. Make sure when you use this pack of bubblegum, you are right underneath it. If you like use it over here, Bubble Monkey will slowly float over here, and he takes forever. So make sure you're right underneath it when you use the bubblegum. Once again, I'm using the small spawn radius of that mushroom over here to my advantage. These cave boys have the same movement speed as the trees in Peace Forest Valley. So as soon as you get ahead of them and you're both moving the same direction, you'll beat them. Now we gotta watch this for 2 minutes. Ugh. What can I talk about right here? I don't think there really is anything to cover at this point. Let's let the music play out. Yeah, Spork. I mean, it's not too bad. I mean, there are nice little breaks in case you need to make a little... grab a drink or whatever. How do you optimize Skyrunner? You put the emulator on 1.25 speed and hope no one notices. When must you do the tent? The tent is done right after this little section. As soon as Jeff joins the party, you go down and kill the boogie tent. Yeah, you have a couple options. There's a teddy bear right outside the Skyrunner room. You can either get that now and use it for the 3 tunnel and Belch's base, or you can save it for the shroom fight. I think the 3 tunnel is scarier than the shroom fight, so you get it there. I think Popum and Phalix have been using it for the shroom fight. So here, if I see a single enemy in this area, I will be going down and respawning them, just because as soon as you walk over here, those flies will catch you, and that fight can be nasty. So this is the teddy bear I was talking about. Get it here for the 3 tunnel, or if you want to play risky, get it there and save it for the shroom fight. Interesting fact, even if there's enemies down here, like a dog or something, if he's chasing you, as soon as you touch this little spot, nothing will chase you anymore. And as soon as the fight ends, everything in this area despawns. So don't worry about enemies being in this area. You don't have to despawn them. Fight the tent and they'll all disappear. Strategy here for me, I will be using a Rockin' with Ness, Freeze with Paula, and a big ball rocket with Jeff. The reason for the Rockin' is the extra damage. The reason for the Freeze is in case the big ball rocket doesn't finish off the boogie tent, which it should, but you can get unlucky and it just doesn't. The Freeze has a chance to solidify the boogie tent, making the second round safer. See, I got unlucky with that big ball rocket damage. See, and my Freeze didn't solidify, so this is a bad situation. I'll be using that ball rocket that I picked up in the Winter's Cave. And that finished him off. So yeah, make sure you grab that ball rocket in case you need it for this fight. If you get really unlucky and this fight goes beyond those rounds and Jeff has no more bottle rockets and Ness has no more psyche points, you basically have to start praying with Paula and hope you either gain back psyche points to do another rockin' or something, or you do the thing where the dazzling light chases the enemy and does damage to him. So there's enemies right there, and now they're all gone. So there's a jar of fly honey, which is essential for the Belch's base. I'm giving that to Paula so that when I grab the protein drink in the Grapefruit Falls area, it'll go to Jeff or to Ness. So selling the defense spray right there, so you have extra money. I buy the toy air gun right here for the 3 tunnel because I actually use a different strategy than everyone else in the zombie fights. But yeah, then bottle rockets, I usually like to make sure Jeff has either 4 or 5 bottle rockets. 4 if I'm feeling... yeah. 5 if I'm feeling... yeah. It looks like about 5. So to get this phone call, all you need to do is touch. Whoops! Oh gosh! Touch this this barrier right here, at the beginning of the road. So just immediately walk up to this road. You'll get the phone call, and then come down here and wait underneath the tent for the phone call, or for him to show up with your zombie paper. Okay, it looks like I accidentally went into the tent early. It's all good. Hey, what's up, Edo Bean? How you doing? Or Edo Bean. So just come in here with that zombie paper, immediately put it down. And at this point, you want to make sure to equip Paula. Looks like I forgot. But at this point, you will want to equip Paula with the items that you got. Right there when you sleep, make sure that you have $66 left over. As long as you have $66 left, you have plenty of money. Hey, what's up, Microsoft Word? I remember you. How's the Counter-Strike going? So yeah, make sure you have $66 left over. Those $66 are for $6 for a bus ride over to the desert, and then 2 tickets for the Runaway 5 show in Fourside. After that point, you'll be withdrawing more money. So make sure to avoid those flies. Flies have that swinging back and forth motion. Just get out, despawn them, and keep yourself safe. So you notice that there was a fly up in the little corner if you weren't paying attention. There's a fly up here, that's why I turned around. And I think on this run, I actually had an absolutely perfect 3 tunnel. But I'm going to pause it and go ahead and talk about encounters anyway. So for this area right here, it is very rare for you to have a completely empty area like this. When you do have enemies, the fights you're looking for are 2 zombies. 2 zombies is the best fight you're looking for. If you don't have a fight where you're going to get into 2 zombies, if you have like a zombie dog or flies or stuff like that, leave and come back in. 2 zombies are the ones that are least threatening and are easiest to kill. The way you're going to kill them is Ness and Jeff will both bash one of the zombies, and Paula will fire. And then, 3rd round, everyone will bash the last, and that will kill one of the zombies. And then the 2nd round, everyone will just bash the other one and kill him. So you'll kill them in 2 rounds and only have to use 6 psyche points with the fire. The reason I don't like using Rockin' is I don't like using any psyche points I don't have to. That is not on the little puke at the end of this area. So 2 zombies, use a PSI fire with Paula in the 1st round. Ness and Jeff bash one, and then everyone bashes the other. Sometimes when you're coming into these little thin hallways, you'll get into fights with ghosts. Ghosts are very susceptible to freeze, so you can usually just about one-shot ghosts with Paula using a freeze alpha. One thing you should also do, whenever you come into one of these rooms, immediately turn down and right. You notice how Ness is pointing down and right? That's because every single time I come into one of these hallways, I immediately turn that direction. I actually learned this one from Popham, who's in chat. That increases your likelihood of getting a surprise attack on these guys, and it keeps you a little safer. You'll never get a red swirl like this. You'll at worst get a normal fight. If you see enemies, unless they're like super far away, don't bother running from them. Just take the fight. It's a green swirl. Green swirl is a 100% chance to run away, so just get out of there. So Minibarf takes 7 hits to kill. That includes Rockins with Ness, Fires with Paula, and Bottle Rockets from Jeff. If you hit with all those attacks 6 times, or on the first 2 rounds, I will usually take Ness and not do anything with him on the 3rd round, and just do a fire and a Bottle Rocket. Same thing, 2nd round, Rockin', Fire, Bottle Rocket. I think I'll probably just defend with Ness. Yeah, see, Ness defends, and then a Fire and a Bottle Rocket. And once again, if you get into like kind of a tough situation, If Paula, for example, if like Paula is dead or something like that, it is still possible to get through here, but you need to use like that's why you want to save all of your psychic points on Ness if possible. Because if Paula dies, Ness needs all of the psychic points you can get to do all of his rockins. So you'll end up with like 4 rockins and 5 bottle rockets, which should still finish him off. Because if Paula dies and you've been using rockins on the zombies, you are not going to finish this fight. So conserve all of Ness's psychic points for this fight. Because if everything goes wrong, you do not want to wipe. Okay, we're going to just use the normal despawn. I probably went too far south right there. Just use normal despawn techniques to get rid of these guys and make it up to the little cave to Saturn Valley. That first present is a bomb. Feel free to get it if you want, and maybe use it on like a slimy little pile. Maybe it's just like a safe strat if you really want to grab it. I don't bother. This protein drink is critical. Grab it. Make sure it goes to Ness's inventory and not to Paula's. We'll be using that for the monkey cave. This first roach fight is pretty much unavoidable. Go ahead and use a freeze beta. Freeze beta will kill him in one hit. Because you're about to heal up anyway, so just use whatever you need to get rid of them. If you get into a fight there, do you fight or run? Goldilocks, depends on what it is. The armored frogs are pretty weak sauce. A freeze beta will kill them. The antoids are pretty weak too. The only really dangerous enemy in that area are the crocodiles. They can one-shot anybody. If there is a crocodile there, they can also be one-shotted with freeze beta. So it really depends on how many psychic points Paula has. If Paula has a ton of psychic points, then it's just like 1 crocodile and 1 armored frog. I will probably just take the fight, freeze beta the crocodile, and freeze beta the armored frog. If it's a big fight with like 2 crocodiles and 3 antoids, you better bet I'm running. So it really depends on the situation. It's not a guaranteed run though. If I know that I can die, or if I know that I will not wipe in the first turn or anything like that, I'll probably just try and kill him. Don't need to do anything else in this area besides talking to that Mr. Saturn. Get the password, and then you can head out. If one of your characters did die on the way to Saturn Valley, make sure you just go into this hospital right here and heal everyone up, and then go over to the hotel. So this right here, I've actually done the math for this fight right here. This little guy has like a 90% chance to spawn. And the time that it takes to fight him or despawn him, it is faster on average to just take this fight. Don't bother trying respawning him, because on average it's slower. Just take this fight if he's there. Because I actually sat down one day and figured out his spawn rate. Make sure you only use a freeze alpha here. You want to save your psychic points. A freeze beta will kill him, but it costs 9. Just use a freeze alpha, spend your 4, and then just finish him off with Ness and Jeff. Guys, I'll be highlighting the stream. I'll make a YouTube video as well. I will make this as available as possible. Right here, again, I'm using the progressive despawn, only going as far back as I need to get him to go away. Having really bad luck. And I use a stutter step to keep him from moving so I don't have to go back too far. Finally got him to go away. Same thing with this roach. I think I just get bad luck here and eventually end up just taking it and getting a red swirl, so this is like awful. The YouTube, I believe, is in my profile. Yeah, this is awful right here. Don't do what I'm doing here. I think I finally get a decent spawn to try and stutter step around him, and I fail miserably. But once again, normal technique, freeze alpha and bash. Don't do what Johnny don't does. Barton joining the Cub Scouts. I got your references, I got them. For this area right here, when you come out, there's 2 spawn areas that you can visibly see as soon as you come out of the tunnel. One's right here, and one's up here. If you have enemies just up here, come down here and despawn this one up here instead of coming back in. If you have guys right here, come back in and out. So yeah, like once again, if you have enemies up here only, just immediately come down, despawn them by coming down here, and then go up. It's faster that way. This is a very tricky part, so you want to be careful here. What I do and usually end up doing right here is doing a stutter step, going very slowly up here so that I can catch enemy spawns up here as soon as possible. Because there's also a spawn area down here. If you go too far up here and then turn around and come back, it's very likely that you will get pinched in between 2 groups of enemies, one up here and one down here. So you want to be careful about not going too far to expose the spawns up here before turning around. Only go just as far as you need to see what's here, and then turn around if there is something. So you see me going very slow to catch the spawn early. Having some rough luck. Oh, see, you can see a frog down there that already spawned. Okay, there's no way to avoid this picture. Don't even bother trying. It's like the area's like right through here, and it covers this whole section right here. So there's no way to skip it. You don't have teleport, so you can't skip it. All right, and as soon as you come in here and get that text, as soon as I say the password, I immediately put my controller down. I don't even press A or anything. Immediately put it down. You don't want to press buttons while you're sitting here. You just want to sit here and wait for 3 minutes. I'm just going to go ahead and skip past this part, just because this is boring. 122.48 should be... Okay, look at that. Look at that. That was perfect. So come in here. You want to hug this bottom edge right here. If you just come right down here, the slime will probably get pulled out too far and you won't be able to pass him. And then you have to turn around and pull him all the way up to here before you can go around him. So just come around here and then hug this little edge right here and just hold down. And come down here and he'll talk to you from the right, and then you can squeeze down underneath him. If there's just 2 foppies, I will do an auto attack. If there's anything more than 2, I will do a rockin' with Ness, a fire with Paula, and either a defend or just bash with Jeff. If there's anything more than, if there's just 2, auto attack. If there's more than 2, rockin', fire, bash. Did someone say Big Andy? Same strat here, rockin', fire, and then either bash or defend. The bash is in case like you get a rockin' and a fire that both do very low damage on one of the foppies, the bash will finish him off. Like that one right there that didn't get killed. Yeah, and unfortunately, even though there were a lot of foppies, it's best if there are none, so you can skip them. We're going to be doing some more progressive despawns here. You want to avoid the slime fights at all costs. Like that fight right there. I think I'm sitting there contemplating whether to take it or not. Slime fights are bad. Because, once again, they're the scripted fights, and you can't run from those little guys. So, You have to do a freeze beta. A freeze beta will almost, it's like 95% chance to kill the slimy little pile. But if it doesn't, and he calls for help, you now have 2 on your hand. And that can get out of control very quickly. They can start multiplying. SDFG has a highlight on his channel where there are literally 8 slimy little piles on screen. And you cannot run from them. You just have to wait for them to kill you. Because they make you cry, you miss like 80% of your attacks, and it's just a nightmare. If you do need the extra psychic points, there's a little room right above there. A room right there has a magic butterfly. Feel free to go in there, it spawns almost all the time. Come in and out and refill as you need. Yeah, so freeze beta on the slimy little pile will kill him almost every time. Ness's HP is dangerously low right here. But I risked it and did an auto fight. One interesting thing about this that guy right there, that is a scripted fight. If you touch him, even when you are ghosting, like your little death, or just finished a fight animation, if you are still in that animation and you touch him, you will fight him, even if you're not visible yet. So even when you're ghosting, come around him. This fight's pretty straightforward. Every round that you don't use the jar of fly honey, Master Belch will refill his life to full. So use the fly honey first round, and then whoever gets poisoned, go ahead and use one of those refreshing herbs that you got back in Happy Village on that person, so they don't lose any more HP, and just get rid of it. So pop that refreshing herb, and then just rock-ins, freeze betas, and then use up your bottle rockets until he's dead. I prefer Earthbound. You were going to be using your exit mouse that you got way back in Onet as you were leaving. You were going to use your exit mouse to get out of here quickly, instead of having to go through Saturn Valley. Once again, be very careful as you're coming through this little section right here. You got enemy spawns down here, and you got enemy spawns up here. Be very careful about not getting pinched. You see me doing the stutter step so I can catch enemy spawns as soon as they appear. So note there's 2 chests in this 3 tunnel. The second one, as you're coming through from Threed, has a silver bracelet. Feel free to grab that if you want extra protection. I would put it on Paula. I don't bother getting it. The other one though has a skip sandwich DX. Get that every time. I just realized that Paula has never been equipped. You should have done that a long time ago, unlike me. So immediately turn down diagonal, come down, get that skip sandwich. Make sure it goes to Ness. There it is. A is Ness. So at this point, Ness should have the protein drink in his inventory. He should have a skip sandwich that you got in the Happy Village cultist house. And he should have the skip sandwich DX that you just got in that 3 tunnel. All those are critical that they're in his inventory. Make sure you use the bus stop sign on this side. On the side away from the road. If you use it on the road side, he just tells you to get out of the road. Yeah, I was considering doing a timer pop-em, but then I wouldn't be able to pause the game. Or jump around from section to section. So you got the little mole playing rough over here. Feel free to stutter past him so you don't have to fight him. Avoid all fights in this desert at all costs. Even the caterpillar, I usually avoid. Even though it gives you a ton of experience. Problem, this is the raw video from the SNES. I no longer record my actual streams. I am recording this stream though to make a YouTube video. So come into this house, make sure you grab that big bottle rocket in the desert, give it to Jeff, come in here, restore your health and everything. And then, if you'll remember, Paula, when she started, she has a bread roll in her inventory. Save that bread roll so you don't have to worry about anything and just give it to Geraldo right here. That way you don't have to worry about remembering that you have some item in your inventory to give to Geraldo. Just keep the bread roll in Paul's inventory and give it to him. That way you don't have to worry about any extra management. Hey, what's up, Pandatron? How you doing? It's going pretty well. There is a picture in this on this bridge. It's on the top section of the bridge. Stay off the top section. Stick to the bottom half and we'll avoid the picture. This is a very common area for enemies to spawn right through here. Just avoid them by coming around. So at this point, remember I said you should have 66 bucks after sleeping at 3 Tunnel, or in the 3 right before going towards Saturn Valley. At this point you will have used $6 on that bus ride and $30 for that first ticket. So you should still have at least 30 bucks in your inventory at this point. Talking to her is the only trigger you need to set to come back to the desert and having everything be dug up. So the mole cave is full of interesting insights and everything. I'll go through things after I get there. Once again, avoid the top section of the bridge, stick to the bottom half. Remember, you should have already slept in the hut before you even went to Foresight, so all your health should be full when you're coming in here. The moles, you're going to be using an interesting strategy. Paula Paula has a high enough speed that she will always go before Ness. And Ness will always go after the mole. So Paula's the only one that can get one shot from the mole, and he's the one that needs to stay alive the most. So you are going to do a freeze beta on the mole and a big bottle rocket from Jeff, which should kill him. If you want to play risky, you can do a freeze alpha from Paula and a big bottle rocket from Jeff. But you are doing every single round, or every single first round, you are going to do a life up alpha on Paula. Because if she takes mortal damage, you do not want her to die. If you weren't doing it that turn, she is going to die. So, first round, regardless of what you're doing, Ness should always be doing a life up alpha on Paula, and Paula should always be doing a freeze. That's a given. That way, if Paula, like I said, if Paula takes mortal damage, she will not die. Ness will be able to get that life up off in time. Just make sure you're mashing pretty fast to get that text by quickly. Because when Paula takes that mortal damage, you need to be mashing that text fast to get around back to Ness so he does that life up before Paula dies. So grab that big bottle rocket, give it to Jeff. He's going to be using it one more time on another mole. These snakes have that same pattern where they only move when you're moving, so you can use the stutter step pattern to get away from them. So you can use a little stutter step right there. Head in, this is going to be the second mole you kill. A little trick right here. There's an enemy spawn area at the bottom of this ladder. If you were to go up and meet the mole, you go far enough north to allow these enemies to spawn down here. So just go up to like right here and wiggle around until the mole comes to you, so that the enemies don't spawn down here. See, right here I did a freeze alpha with Paula, and I got lucky. Are there any backup strats for if Ness, Paula, and or Jeff die at this part of the run, assuming secret herb found here is already used, or is it just a reset? If you've already used the secret herb and someone dies, depends on who it is. If Jeff dies and he has used all of his bottle rockets, you'll still be able to finish. You'll just have to go to the hospital once you get out of here. If Paula or Ness dies after that, it is a different story. Yeah, if you've already used the secret herb and Ness and Paula, either one of them have died, you're probably not going to finish. If Jeff dies, you're probably okay. Because after Jeff has fired his big bottle rockets, he's pretty useless. That's kind of the story of his whole function in this game. Fire big bottle rockets and go away. Okay, you're going to be grabbing the picnic lunch right here. This picnic lunch, once again, is going to be used in the mole cave. Make sure it goes to Ness. Or not the mole cave, the monkey cave. So at this point, you now have every single item you need for the monkey cave, which is protein drink, picnic lunch, and skip sandwich. Those are the 3 items you need to be able to get everything else. We're going to be using the same strategy right here. Come to like right here, because actually this spot right here is a enemy spawn area. It's where all the noose men always spawn. When you're coming from the south, they're never there. But when you're coming from the north, they can reappear. So pull the mole down to this area right here. Do not go up to meet him. Pull him down, and these guys will not spawn. So the situation, Ness just took a bunch of damage, but his HP is going to take a long time to tick down, so don't even bother lifing up Ness. Just menu quickly, get another freeze beta off, and be done with the fight. You can do a life up outside of the fight. So you notice, because I pulled him way down here, nothing spawned down here, so you can just walk right by. The secret herb, if you really need it, is back up here. At that little fork, turn to the right, and the secret herb is right there. The only problem is, as soon as you go all the way over to get the secret herb, these noosemen will spawn. So you're either forced into that fight, or you have to try and get lucky and despawn them. You have another nasty spawn area right down here. Lots of snakes, lots of ants, and lots of noosemen. Ideally, you want none of them. You want to be able to just go right around. If you're getting anxious, a single snake or a single ant is okay to take if you still have your secret herb or you already have healing beta. Because if you get poisoned and you do not have healing beta or a secret herb, you have no way of getting rid of it and you are in trouble. So if you still have one of those things, feel free to take the fight if you want to take the risk. So like right here, there was an ant and a nooseman. Never take that regardless of what situation you're in. All three noosemen, bad fight, never take it. Single butterfly, take it every time. So another interesting strategy right here. So we got this mole coming towards us. If we go left and meet him, we are at a point where the enemies over here are not far enough away that they will spawn. So if you take this fight and immediately turn back, you are perfectly fine. You will not fight these enemies. They will not spawn. The problem here is that present is a very nice present. It's a PSI caramel, refills 20 psyche points. If you had a bad cave, you might need this present to be able to keep going. Magic butterfly pro strats. So if you're in a bad situation, go ahead and take this PSI caramel. The person you would probably need it on is Paula if she has used lots of psyche points, because ideally you will still have 18 psyche points after this fight to be able to use freeze beta 2 more times on the last mole. If you do not have that much, feel free to come over here, grab this present, and use it on Paula, but at that point you have to be careful going back and forth because these enemies have spawned, and you need to despawn them. Once again, Nest using life up on Paula. Do I get an example of him doing damage to Paula? No. Hey, what's up, Scrumpy? Make sure to grab your exit mouse through here so you can get out of here quickly after you kill all the moles. Note who it goes to so you can menu to it quickly. We're going to be doing lots of fun inventory management after this that I'm going to be talking about. There's four critical spawn areas before here in the next mole. It's just a matter of getting lucky and getting some good spawns. So, got through this one. We can talk about the ducks here. The ducks, the way the algorithm works is once you're a certain level, the ducks have after a while they have a percentage chance to run away from you. It's not always guaranteed that oh, you are X level, they will now always run from you. At this point when you're here, it's pretty much the ducks have a 75% chance to run from you. And the ducks are kind of a nasty fight because they can drain your psyche points. And if you're in a rough situation and they drain Paula's psyche points, it can put you in a bad situation. So what I usually do is I'll go up close and see what they do, but I'll be in a situation where they will not attack me. So you'll probably see me kind of edge up close and see what these ducks are going to do. If any one of them comes at you, run away. If you get lucky and all of them running away from you, you're in a good spot and you can just walk past them. Yep, see, they're all running from me. See, I got lucky. That means I got a 75% chance roll on every single one of these ducks to run from me. But now I'm having to despawn enemies that are up on this little cliff up here. And that chance doesn't change. Then all of a sudden, like, start running at you. These enemies will keep running from you regardless. One last snake to despawn. There's 3 areas. The one at the very beginning, those ducks, the one at the top, and the one I just walked beyond. We're going to be using the same strategy in this mole as always. Ness lights up Paula, Paula does a freeze beta, and Jeff defends. And you note that even if I didn't need that magic butterfly to get through this, I still had 29 psychic points. Even if I had not gotten that magic butterfly, I'd still have 9 left over. Basically telling you that this strategy works even if you don't get that lucky butterfly. So now we're going to be doing, this is the spot where I'm going to be doing tons of inventory management right here. You want to grab this present first though. This is a platinum band. You're going to be using it on, giving it to Paula to ultimately sell way later in Deep Darkness. See, now we're looking at Ness's inventory. This is what I got. So, this refreshing herb, its last use was here in the mole cave. You no longer have any use for it at this point because all it does, it basically acts as a healing beta, and nothing beyond this section has any need for a healing beta, so you can toss it. Oh, wait, no, it's not a healing beta. It's oh no, it is a healing beta. In case you were ever wondering, refreshing herb has the exact same effect as a healing beta. A secret herb has the exact same effect as the third healing, the one that brings you back to life. And a cup of life noodles has the exact same effect as the fourth healing. Just as a fun fact, in case you guys didn't realize that. So, here we are. So, refreshing herb, you want to drop that. You have no need for it anymore. Franklin badge, give that to Paula. And that will... Theta, is that what it's called, Theta? I never remember. I just refer to them as Alpha, Beta, and then the third and the fourth. Franklin badge, give that to Paula, and that will stay on Paula until the very end of the game when it's used in the Gygas fight. Backstage pass, that is a useless item. You'll dump it on Paula because it has no purpose anymore. We don't want to call Escargot Express because that wastes time. So Paula basically becomes a dump for useless items. That hamburger, we actually don't need that anymore. And then pencil eraser, we will also give that to Paula. And then Examouse will stay on Ness. And at the end of this, Ness should have 5 empty slots after using the Examouse. Those will all be used on super bombs. So here's Paula's inventory. Paula's inventory, you can go ahead and stay how it is. If you want to go ahead and get rid of the home sat and cheap bracelet as well, you can, but you don't need to at this point. See, there I am dropping the refreshing herb. See, now I've done all the inventory management on Ness that I need to. So I got rid of the bottle rocket. You don't have any need for bottle rockets anymore at this point. So once it gets back to Jeff's inventory. The ruler and the protractor, hold on to. The ruler is used in the monkey cave. If you drop the ruler, you are in a bad situation. You have to go all the way back to Tucson and Berglund Park to grab another one. So just don't drop that. Protractor, that's used as an empty item to give to Mr. Everdread in Foresight when he's blocking the crowd. So you can basically have a useless item to give. Bad key machine, that's useless. Give that to Paula. Pack of bubblegum, that's useless. Give that to Paula. and then drop the Holmes hat. That has no need anymore. So you should end up with three items in your inventory: the ruler, protractor, and toy airgun. Is that what it is? Okay. There's always a backup strat. I still need to work on all my backup strats for the monkey cave that I always forget. I forget that you can grab another ruler in the monkey cave. Okay, that makes sense. So if you drop the ruler, disregard what I said. If you accidentally drop the ruler, buy a wet towel in the shack in the desert, and then once you take the first path to the left of the monkey, that's usually where you go in to grab a pizza. Keep going, give the wet towel to the first monkey in the next area, and there's a ruler in that area. You need to make sure after you leave this cave, talk to Geraldo. If you don't talk to Geraldo, you cannot progress. What's the difference between dropping and giving to Paula? The difference is those items cannot be dropped. Like the bad key machine, the Franklin badge, the backstage pass, those are considered key items and they cannot be dropped. You can give them to Escargot Express to hold on to, but you cannot drop them because they're considered key items. So you just give them to Paula and use her as a dump. Once again, avoid the top area of this bridge because there's a picture. Stick on the bottom half. Interesting note is when you're coming back in to give the diamond to the the head of this little theater place, the boss woman, you want to talk to her from the back. You cannot talk to her from the front because if you think about it, you would block the animation that takes place. That's how the game gets around that. By instead of you being in the way of the animation, it just forces you to be out of the animation. Does the game adjust HP roll down proportionally to the text speed you select at the start of the game? No, it does not. If you have slow text, you are out of luck, and you will die to things that would otherwise not kill you. You're actually forced to watch this show if you go and talk to the ticket taker. He will tell you that you need to watch the show. So the game forces you to watch this show, unfortunately. And this one, we even get 7 Runaway 5 members instead of the normal 6 Runaway 5 members. Unfortunately. So first thing you want to do in here is go up to the ATM, withdraw $10,000. We just do 10,000 because it's the fastest to do and it gives you plenty of what you need. Technically, you don't need the full 10,000, but it's faster this way. So buying right here. Here's what we get. Here's what we got to buy. We're going to be buying a hyper beam. Put it straight onto Jeff, and then big bottle rockets. You're going to be giving super bombs. You'll give 4 to Jeff, 2 to Paula, and 5 to Ness. Big bottle rockets, you'll fill Jeff's remaining inventory space with big bottle rockets, and you'll fill Paula's remaining inventory space with big bottle rockets. That'll leave every single person's inventory completely full. The reason we're doing it this way is that you'll think about it, that's going to leave us with 5 here, 5 super bombs here, 2 more here, 7, 4 more here, so we have 11 super bombs. You're going to see 11 super bombs. What are we going to do with 11 super bombs? Oh, we're going to use them. See, if you map it out, we should be only getting into 1 fight in the department store. And worst case situation, we throw 2 super bombs. So 1 from Jeff, 1 from Ness. So that leaves us with 9 left. Then on the department store spook, we're going to be using 1 more from Ness and a big bottle rocket from Jeff. And then after that, we will be using a super bomb on the little gas pump, the water pump thing in the cafe and Moonside. Use a big bottle rocket there. And then on the Manny Manny statue, you will be using a big bottle rocket here, and then a super bomb here, and potentially another big bottle rocket here. After that, you will be using super bombs to kill Clumsy Robot. You will be using whatever you have left to kill the Clumsy Robot with super bombs. In a best case situation, you can kill Clumsy Robot with 3 super bombs. Average case, it takes 4. Worst case, it takes 5. After that, we'll be using big bottle rockets on Shroom. It'll take probably take 3 or 4 big bottle rockets to kill him. You'll use 1 more big bottle rocket on the mummy in the Summers Museum. You will use 1 more big bottle rocket on the Kraken in going to Scaraba. And on the Kraken and Scaraba, you'll also take Paula's 2 super bombs that she got. You'll give 1 to Pooh, and if you got the mummy wrap, you will give 1 to Ness. If you did not get the mummy wrap, you will leave the super bomb on Paula. Yeah, and that's where they're all going to be used. Hopefully that covers everything. I'll go through the rest of it too. If you don't want to use the super bomb strats on the Clumsy Robot, the other option is to have Ness use paralysis, and then you just do auto fight until he's dead. But that takes a while. So my strat is to just buy a few more super bombs now, and you can get that Clumsy Robot done. That Clumsy Robot fight's done super, super fast. It's so worth it. If you do the paralysis strat on the Clumsy Robot, make sure you buy the upgraded weapon for Ness. Otherwise, Ness is just doing like 10 damage. That weapon can be bought after you beat the spook, and at the top floor on the rightmost store, you'll buy Ness's upgraded bat. Hey, what's up? That name, though? Do you remember me? Ugh, I'm sorry, I can't say I do. Has it been a while? It's probably been a while. My apologies. So right now, also something to note, you want to fill up Ness's inventory last, because it takes time to load someone's inventory. The more items they have in their inventory, the faster it takes to load their inventory. So theoretically, you want to buy Jeff's items, Jeff and Paula's first, because it only takes 1 selection to get to Paula and 1 to Jeff, and then buy Ness's items last. That way you're loading the fewest amount of items during this whole process. And you're saving those frames. So whenever you're doing a big buying section, always buy Ness's items last. Okay. Welcome from Glitchy Stream. Oh my, I locked my chair in place. There we go. Okay, done with that whole buying section. If you want to go safe, feel free to save at the bottom of this escalator, because at this point your death warp spot is actually back in Belch's base. So if you die, you're warping all the way back to Belch's base. If you don't want that to be your death warp spot, save right here. Or right here. Save there. And that way if you die, you go here. So this floor is always going to have spawns right here. Remember, these presents will move in a straight line towards you. So that means it's very easy to manipulate and avoid them. You're basically going to take like a U shape around them. Almost like a horseshoe, rather. So you're going to come around here, take a big curve around, and then come to the escalator. That way there's going to be one step behind you the entire time. And you won't have to fight them. So this third floor is a complete crapshoot. If you get unlucky, you're gonna wipe. That's just all there is to it. I got lucky here, in that if an enemy spawns and is clipped on this little railing right here, you can avoid him and just come down and guide along here. Usually though, you're going to get into a fight. The best fight you can get into is with two record discs. If you get into a fight with that, have Ness throw a super bomb at the one and Jeff throw a super bomb at the other. Because of their splash effect, you'll be able to kill both of them that way. One super bomb is not enough to kill one individually, but the splash damage from each one will kill the other one. If you get really bad luck and you get with like 3 enemies, it's just like, sorry, that's the RPG. You want to guide along this bottom path too to avoid this enemy. Just guide along here, he'll get stuck on this wall and you just can go straight in. Is it more time effective to save at the payphone both before or after the lights going out? I would say it's best to save right before, because if you think about it, let me go back to that, I'm at 150.36. When you're coming down here, the barrier to begin the dark section is before the phone, or is after the phone. So if you come up and save right now, it will not go to the dark department store yet. The barrier's like right here. So you can go up and save. It's best to save right now. After you come down, save, and then keep walking right and it'll turn to evil department store. See, like it's just to the right of the phone. So you're safe to save right now before this whole scene starts. Okay, back to the spook. So strategy right here, Ness throw a super bomb, Jeff throw a big bottle rocket. If everything goes right, you'll kill him in 1 round. If that doesn't finish him off, do like another super bomb from Jeff, or big bottle rocket and a rockin' beta or something like that. It's kind of your choice of what you want to finish him off with. That was me mashing L too many times. If you're doing the clumsy robot anti-super bomb strat because you hate having fun, come up here, buy Ness's upgraded weapon. That way you're doing decent damage to the clumsy robot with Ness. This is the bad way to go around this. The best way to go around this museum is to go around the north side, but I'm bad, and I went around the south side. It's a bad habit I've gotten into. Make sure you go around the top side. All you need to give to Everdread is any item that's disposable, or to this dude, give him your protractor and Jeff's inventory because it is literally useless. It serves absolutely no purpose. It sells for like $2. Use it in fights and it just says Jeff can now measure things. And yeah, it serves no purpose. Make sure you're matching B and select on this during this text because Everdread's eventually going to ask you a yes or no question and you have to answer no. So mash the negative buttons, B and select. How do you do RNG? I'm not sure I understand what your question. No, it doesn't. It serves no purpose. You don't deal... The way you deal with RNG is just learning how to deal with bad situations. So here... You're hoping that this enemy, he has a chance to either go right or left. If he goes left, you can get around him without fighting him. If he goes right, just fight him. Yeah, so right here, you went right, just take it. So yep, use your big bottle rocket here. He has lots of life. Big bottle rocket, and then just bash him to death. At this point, you want to avoid all fights. In this area. Sometimes there's enemies that like spawn down here or spawn up there or something. Talk to him, he'll warp you down to the gold tooth guy, or the guy who wants to talk to the gold tooth guy. Unibrow man. So, talking to him is a trigger. Don't do what I did and get into a fight. Fights are bad. So you see me using super bombs because I just wanted out of this fight. This is a nasty fight. It's kind of a bad situation. That might end up putting me without... I will see. Be careful about those fire enemies. They can actually teleport through walls. So this is the first guy in a series you want to talk to. When you warp here, grab this Night Pendant. You're going to leave it on Ness for a good chunk of this run. Don't bother with that present. This is a secret herb, wonderful safe item to get. It takes like 2 seconds, and it's a great item, especially for this Manny statue fight. Talk to this guy, make sure you tell him no. So this is a fun little thing to talk about. So there's a trigger area right through here. When you enter this area, the unibrow guy that's following you will start talking to you. But you can skip that text. If you go straight to the bottom of the room and head right and then go up to the door, you will never execute that first text box and he will never talk to you. There's upsides and downsides to this. Because you skipped the trigger area, if you died to the Manny statue, it puts you in a glitched state. Basically, it leaves you in Moonside, and the screen is black. And Ness and Jeff are both ghosts. You can get out of it. I think I have a highlight or something from a long time ago, where you die to the Manny statue. You are left in Moonside, and you navigate yourself back up to the museum. As soon as you load a new area, it fixes itself, and you can revive your party members. But essentially, the run is over, because the screen is black, and unless you can navigate yourself through Moonside with blind, the run is over. So if you want to play safe, just talk to the guy. If you want to play risky and save 10 seconds or so, clip to the bottom of this room and head right. Because using this strategy, if you died to Manny statue, your run is over. you can kind of wiggle your way up and talk to the Manny Manny statue directly. You don't have to talk to the guy in the bottom. Strategy here: if Manny Manny statue paralyzes Jeff, use your secret herb that you just picked up and use it on Jeff to get rid of the paralysis, because you need to get a big bottle rocket off. Otherwise, just do your normal like Rockins and super bombs from Ness and big bottle rockets from Jeff. But remember, if Jeff gets paralyzed, feel free to use that secret herb you just picked up and use it on Jeff to get him unparalyzed so he can pop a big bottle rocket. See, and I got the very, very lucky high damage rolls from both the bottle rocket and the super bomb and killed him in 1 round. That will not happen every time. Yeah, we're about 1 hour and 54 minutes into the run. Does it make sense to do any safety stuff if you're going for world record? Yes, it does. Just because this is an RPG, there's so much random. If you look at some of my best splits, it's like a 3:45, and my PB, my record, is like 27 minutes slower than my gold splits. That's what happens when you run a long RPG. Safe strats are okay to use. So at this point you should still have like 3 or 4 super bombs. Ideally you should have like 5 or 6. And you will use them all on Clumsy Robot. I'm not sure how many I have because I used 2 on... No, I should still have enough because I did not get into a fight in the department store. So yeah, I will be doing the super bomb strat on Clumsy Robot. The reason I don't like doing straight the paralysis and auto attack on Clumsy Robot is, first of all, the paralysis only has a 50% chance success rate, so you could get caught in a loop where his paralysis keeps failing and eats up a lot of time. And then plus your auto attack is so weak. I mean, you're doing like 60 to 70 damage every single round. That means you're gonna have to go through like 15 rounds to finally kill the guy. If you're using super bombs, you're gonna kill him in 2 or 3 rounds. I think buying the super bombs, the time it takes to buy the super bombs, overcomes the long fight. Remember, the items you need here are the picnic lunch, protein drink, ruler, skip sandwich. If you've lost any of those things, if you don't have the ruler, come in here, buy a wet towel, and you can get by it that way. If you don't have a protein drink or a picnic lunch, you can buy them in the... I think you can buy the protein drink here, and you can buy the picnic lunch in the department store. Or you might be able to buy both in the department store, I'm not positive. Either way, if you didn't end up getting all the items you needed, you can still obtain them all in this little area as you're coming back and not lose too much time. But I still have everything, so we're just going to come straight up, try and stutter step past this guy. And in we go. It's RNGesus. So we need to eventually enter both of these caves. It's a good idea to talk to both of the monkeys whenever you need to talk to or go into both the doors eventually, so that, because if you talk to one, you eventually have to wait for that guy to move. So if you move both of them out of the way beginning, because as soon as you talk to one and exit the area and come back, he will be moved out of the way. So he's moving out of the way so you can go back in quickly. You don't have to wait for him to move out. Is that what it is? Okay. So once again, we need to go into both these doors, so we're just going to talk to both monkeys. And then just go right into the right one. Here's where we're gonna get the big banana, king banana. If you want to play super safe, there's also a flame pendant in this dungeon, this little monkey cave. We used to get the flame pendant to use for the Kraken and as a safety for the fire spring cave. We no longer do that, but it's not, the flame pendant isn't too far out of your way, and it makes the Kraken fight and fire spring a lot easier. So feel free to go out of your way to get that flame pendant if you want to play a little safer. Because it's only like a minute time loss, and it makes the Kraken fight and fire spring so much safer. Because it reduces fire damage basically to nil. That Dragonite right there is ultimately going to be used for the Ness's Nightmare fight in a long time. So make sure that goes to Ness. Another thing to note, if Jeff and Ness are both paralyzed when you're in this cave, you cannot finish this cave. You have to unparalyze one of them, because you have to be able to use the pencil eraser. If both of your characters are paralyzed, feel free, or you have to remove that paralysis from someone. I've made that mistake in the last big race we did. I was in this cave, I think Jeff was dead and Ness was paralyzed, and I realized halfway through that I wouldn't be able to use the pencil eraser. So I had to leave, go all the way to Tucson, or somewhere, to get rid of it, and then come back, and it was a disaster. Big time waste. Or no, I guess I went to Threed. Yeah, the flame pendant is very useful. I used to get that in my runs probably a year and a half ago. It's not that much of a time loss, but it's a very useful item. Yeah, all fire attacks basically do like 10 damage. So Kraken becomes, you put it on Jeff, and Jeff will not die to the Kraken. Since Jeff is the biggest damage dealer for that fight. So if Kraken does his breathing fire, you're not going to die. You won't wipe. Some of your characters may die, but you're not going to wipe. Fun facts about Teleport Alpha and Teleport Beta. Teleport Alpha takes exactly 2 seconds to execute. Teleport Beta takes 8 seconds. So every time you can use a Teleport Alpha instead of a Teleport Beta to get out of somewhere, it's preferred because it takes 6 seconds less. So we're going to be doing some creative enemy skips right here. We're going to be kind of using the placement of the enemies to our advantage, and using that skip sandwich DX that we picked up way back in the 3 tunnels. We're going to be using that right here to skip all these fights. These fights are kind of nasty. Each of these enemies, the Century Robots, have like 380 damage. So pop it right before you enter this door. So that doubles your speed. First, because the Sentry Robot spawns way over here, if you're quick, you can book it to this door and get in before he catches you. So, yeah. My internet's having some problems right now, dropping frames. I'm gonna wait a second until my internet fixes itself. Okay, I think we're good again. Okay, so yeah, skip sandwich straight into this door. Sometimes you don't go that far. I was cutting it close. This sentry robot has 2 spots he can spawn. He can either spawn up here or down here. If he spawns up here, it's pretty much a wash. You are out of luck, and you're not going to be able to get into the store. You just have to fight him. But he's almost always down here. If he's down there, you can make it into the store easy. The store, once again, if you go into this middle area, you're going to get attacked. Instead, come around to this side. Once he's stuck on this thing, come around to this side, squeeze in this little entry area right here, and get in. Sometimes it takes a little effort to get in. And this last one, you don't actually need a skip sandwich to get through. It's nice, but you don't need it. Just move quick. See, here's the 2 strategies for this fight. The not fun strategy and the fun strategy. The not fun strategy is to have Ness use paralysis until it works on Clumsy Robot, and then auto attack until he's dead. Once Clumsy Robot is paralyzed, he literally can't do anything. He cannot damage you. One interesting fact about this is the Clumsy Robot has a move where he eats a bologna sandwich and his HP is refilled. That move is a lie. He does not refill his HP when he eats the bologna sandwich, and it says his HP is refilled. I don't know why they added that text in the game, but eating a bologna sandwich does absolutely nothing, so don't believe it. So just throw super bombs until he's dead. I took mortal damage, but it doesn't matter. Keep throwing super bombs. He's dead. Sorry guys, my internet's really waffling right now. I just dropped like 400 frames in the last couple minutes. It was solid until then. Interesting fact about this guy, if you talk to him quickly, he will not refill you. If you wait a second to talk to him, he will refill everyone. But if everyone basically has full health, you didn't get into any fights, just immediately go up into him and talk to him. If you did take some damage, feel free to wait a second before talking to him, and he will just start talking to you. And he will refill everybody. But because I talked to him quickly, no one got refilled. But I don't need it because Talarama gave me the full heal, and I didn't fight anything that gave me damage. Actually, the Clumsy Robot, but oh well. Thinking about that, I probably should have taken the heal. Well. I'm probably gonna skip these the bus ride and the Skyrunner trip. It's absolutely pointless to watch. We've tried tons of ways to skip it, but nothing works. Technically, you could skip this section if you can figure out how to do a teleport alpha on the roof of the Monotoi building. If you can execute about 100 frame-perfect turns, you can get out of here. But it's a task-only trick. So go ahead and swap all those big bottle rockets that Paula had and give them over to Jeff at this point. So now all those big bottle rockets that you bought from the Secret Arms dealer and the Forsyth department store are now all on Jeff. So yeah, if you can somehow manage to make like 100 perfect turns in this little area as you're teleporting out, you can get out of here. I wonder if it's possible to clip out of here. That'd be something interesting since this border's right along the grass. I wonder if it's possible to clip right there. So this next section consists of simply walking down to the bus, taking the bus to Threed, walking up to the Skyrunner, and then taking the Skyrunner to Winters. So I think I'm going to go ahead and skip this section. There's really nothing to it. There's something I want to comment about in Threed, so we'll just jump to the bus arriving. We'll jump to, yeah, we just got on the bus. We'll take the bus over to Threed. Too far. Okay. So now we're in Threed. There's one thing I want to call out right here. I don't think there's a recent glitchless task, Big Jerk. I'm not positive, though. I haven't really looked too much into it. My internet is waffling so much right now. So, one thing to remember is, once again, another picture area. Right here. It's right below the tent. Right here. So stick to right behind the fence, otherwise you're going to get a picture taken right here. Hey, what's up, Zentangu? How you doing? Make sure you check the Skyrunner from the front. If you check it from the side, Jeff will say he can't reach it. So yeah, let's go ahead and skip this section. This section is simply just taking the Skyrunner to Winters. You happen to have an extra Steam code for 2 gig games. Would you like them to either play or give away on Steam? Give away on stream. I'd be happy to give them away. I appreciate the offer. Go ahead and send me a message, and we'll look into it, like a Twitch message. Another picture to make sure to avoid here. There's a picture right below this entrance, right here. Avoid that one. Go around the side. See, my strategy on Shroom has actually changed since I did this fight. So, the Shroom fight is a little bit different. So, Shroom will go first before any of you go. Shroom's first move is always to mushroomize somebody, which makes them feel strange, which gives them a chance to attack their own party, which is bad, very bad. For example, if Ness gets mushroomized and he does a rock and beta to everybody, it'll wipe you. That's bad. So I've actually considered changing my strategies to everyone defending first round, except for Jeff, which he's always in a big bottle rocket, because he has to big bottle rocket whether he's mushroomized or not. To everyone defend first round, basically defend with Ness, defend with Paula, and big bottle rocket with Jeff. That way, if one of them gets mushroomized, I'm preventing a catastrophic event. If he gets mushroomized, I'm going to be big bottle rocketing through it anyway. So, yeah. So I think I'm changing what I'm doing here. See, this is the worst situation. Ness got mushroomized, so his rock and beta has a chance to wipe my party at this point. This is why it would be nice to defend and know who I should be defending with. See, this right here is bad. I'm using rock and beta and it is fighting and is going to attack me. That is worst case scenario in real life. And now I have to deal with it. How am I dealing with it? I'm keeping Jeff alive. Basically, I'm using a life up on Jeff because he's the only one that needs to be alive for this fight. It actually has consequences at the very end of the run, though, which I'll talk about. So now both Ness and Paula are dying, and Jeff is being kept alive. And he's going to finish off with big bottle rockets. How often does this situation happen? Very rarely. I think I've had this happen maybe 2 or 3 times ever. Okay, so Shroom is dead, but you notice that both Ness and Paula are dead. This is a critical fight though, because there's a boatload of experience to be gained in this fight. 96,000 to be exact. So 96,000 goes to Jeff. This has bad results at the very end of the run though, because Ness was not alive for this fight. He is like 2,000 experience short of being at the level to know the 3rd healing. And because he does not know the 3rd healing, Ness cannot revive people, and it makes the Gygas fight really bad. So, yeah, Ness cannot be dead for this fight. This is bad. That means somewhere you need to gain extra experience to make up and be at the right level for Gygas. So I got through the fight, but it makes Gygas rough. So yeah, my strategy is probably going to change on this fight to defending with Ness and Paula and Big Bottle Rocketing with Jeff. Okay, thank you, Ness. Maybe I'll do a little giveaway at the end of this commentary. And you'll notice that you actually get different text right there. Because Ness was dead, you get additional text to say Ness was alive. Best place to get extra experience? Probably the Fobbies. Because I think as a result of this, Ness was only short like 2,000 experience. So yeah, getting into an extra Fobby fight would not be a bad idea. Because you can get through that fight with just doing a Starstorm. See right here, we're just gonna warp right to Summers. At this point, we just get in the Skyrunner and go to Summers. So let's just go there. Tip for this area, do not go up. Sometimes there's enemies that spawn up here, and if you go up, you will spawn them. Stay along the bottom of the beach. There's also a picture up here somewhere. So to avoid that picture, I just hug the bottom until I see it slope up, and then I turn and take this stairs right here. So that's the safest way. Stay along the bottom of the beach. You will avoid the spawns, and you will avoid the picture. I just name him A because it's one character and it's fast. Surly, there are 2 spots that are obligatory and that are not unavoidable. It's also, as a note, it's better to go in this museum. It's closer to get to this phone this way than going in the drugstore. It's just faster. Yeah, there's 2 that are necessary. Technically, there's only 1 you have to get, but the second one you can avoid it, but it takes too much time. So one right outside Grapefruit Falls is necessary, and the one as you're leaving the desert mole cave. Those are the only 2 pictures you have to get. Oh, and the one in Tenda Village, after you give him the Book of Shyness, you get another one taken. So I guess, yeah, there's 3. No, you cannot stutter past pictures. Maybe you can. I don't know. You might be able to. I've never tested it. Because you can stutter past other trigger areas. Maybe you can stutter past those too. Yes, it does change the outcome of the credits. It just changes which pictures are shown. How do you skip the mole cave? Right before killing the last mole, you get someone poisoned, who's the last one alive, and then you death warp out. Takes too much time to set up, though. So there is a brain food lunch and a cup of life noodles right here. These two presents are very useful. If you want to get them, feel free. I do not get them anymore because I found that very rarely do I ever use them. So I avoid getting those, and I just fill up the spaces that they would use with skip sandwiches. There's really nothing to talk about in this section, so I'm just going to skip past this. I mean, we just go up to the training area, go through this little sequence, and then come back. This sequence is always the same. Yeah, it's possible to crash the game during the Gygas fight. I've done it before. That's a story for another time, though. I will gladly talk about during an 90% run or something. Very true. I didn't talk about that. You can go behind the guy. I should probably call that out. So when you're coming through here on the bottom to go up the rope, you would think you normally have to talk to the guy, but no, just guide along behind the sign and just go up the rope. You don't ever have to talk to him. Just like that. Do not have to talk to that dude. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you for telling me. I forgot to call that out. So there are two museums. It is faster to skip talking to her. I'm going to say the way around. So there's two museums. The one here in here in Summers, and the one in Forside. It's faster to talk to her and go through that text, and it's faster to sneak past the one in Forside. That'll give you the least amount of text. So when you come in here, make sure to go as far right as possible. Just keep going right until you fight this one. That'll keep this other one far enough right that you will never have to fight him. You'll only have to fight one. Don't stop moving right. Usually I just do freezes with Paula and Jeff, or Paula and Pooh, and a big bottle rocket from Jeff, and that'll finish him off. So this mummy wrap is actually a very useful drop. It doesn't seem like it because it's kind of a dumb item, but it's actually very useful if you use it in the right situation. The mummy wrap does like 250 something damage, and it solidifies the enemy, meaning they have to waste a turn. That is very useful for the Kraken because Paula has very high speed and will almost always go before the Kraken. If you get bad RNG rolls, Kraken will still go first though. So, but Paula has your highest speed out of your entire party at this point. So, everything like run-wise and things like that are decided by Paula's speed since she has the highest. So, since she is the most likely to go first, you will take that mummy wrap and you will give it to Paula, and she will use it on the first round with the Kraken. And then you will take those two super bombs that you got from in Forside and put them on Paula, and you'll give one to Ness and one to Pooh. That way your first round against the Kraken will be super bomb from Ness, mummy wrap from Paula, super bomb from, or big bottle rocket from Jeff, and super bomb from Pooh. If you did not get the mummy wrap drop, you will leave the super bomb as it is on Paula, give one of them though to Pooh, and then Ness will rock and beta, Paula will super bomb, Jeff will big bottle rocket, and Pooh will super bomb. Does Ness get more speed than Paula after Magic Ant? Yes, she does. Or yes, he does. That's why when you get any speed items, such as the Crystal Charm or the Rabbit's Foot, you will want to put them on Paula because that will have the biggest effect. Like if you give like the Crystal Charm to like Jeff or something, who's one of the slower party members, Or I think actually Ness might be the slowest party member at this point. If you give the Crystal Charm to Ness, it doesn't really do anything. It just makes his likelihood of going before the enemy higher. But it will not affect your run chances at all. How run chances work, once again, it takes your highest party member, speed, which is almost always Paula, and the highest enemy speed. Subtract the two, that's your percentage to run first turn. And then it increases by 10% every single round. So say Paula's speed is 50, the enemy speed is 10, you have a 40% chance to run first round. And then every round after that, it gets higher. It goes 40 to 50 to 60 to 70. And after 6 rounds, it'll be at 100. So for Skip Sandwich DXs, we're going to dump a ton on Pooh. We're going to fill his inventory. We're going to give 2 to Ness. Those 2 to Ness are going to be used for Magicant. Don't use them before that. And then we're going to give, like, I would say maybe 6 or 7 to Jeff or Paula. One of those 2. That they do, Ness. Bottle rockets are determined by the speed. The higher your speed is, the higher the likelihood of them hitting. So, in case you didn't know, a bottle rocket is 1 bottle rocket. You fire 1 rocket and it rolls 1 damage roll. You have a big bottle rocket, that's actually 5 bottle rockets. Like the end game, it's not like a special item, it's just the game fires 5 regular bottle rockets and calculates the odds that each of those hit. Bottle rockets have a 90 to 150 damage range, and the higher speed you have, the higher likelihood that each of those will hit. So that's why we put the rabbit's foot on Jeff later on in the run, solely for that bottle rocket damage roll. A multi-bottle rocket is actually 20 regular bottle rockets. So if you think about it, you have 20 bottle rockets, and they have a range from 90 to 150. If every single one of those bottle rockets hits and does max damage, you can do 3,000 bottle rocket damage with a multi-bottle rocket. That's why multi-bottle rockets are super OP if you know how to use them. Dump a ton on Pooh. Hey, what's up, Al? How you doing? Technically, the bottle rockets don't have a 90 to 150 range. They have, like, I think it's like 120 plus or minus 25%. So effectively 90 to 150. So like I said, because we got the mummy wrap drop, we're going to be doing Ness Super Bomb, Paula Mummy Wrap, Jeff Big Bottle Rocket, Pooh Super Bomb. That should kill him in one cycle, because I think Kraken has just over 1,000 HP. Mummy Wrap, Big Bottle Rocket, and Super Bomb. Ooh, I got unlucky with that flash. I love how it gets the solidified text after he dies. The chance that Mummy Wrap solidifies is 100%. The chance that the Mummy Wrap hits, though, is not 100%. If the Mummy Wrap hits, it solidifies. Dread. Skip sandwiches are a delicate balance. So I'm gonna pause the game to talk about this because this is a big issue in my mind. So skip sandwiches cannot be used all willy-nilly. They have to be very delicately planned where you use them. Because think about it, a skip sandwich takes a while to buy. So you think of that as like an algorithm. You have the total time to buy all the skip sandwiches you need. That takes the amount of time to go to the store plus a constant, which is the amount of time it takes to buy one skip sandwich, times the number of skip sandwiches you're buying. A skip sandwich only saves you like, I think it's 5 seconds, because you only move twice as fast for 20 seconds. Maybe, okay, it saves 10 seconds. So if it takes you 10 seconds to buy a skip, the total time it takes you to buy a skip sandwich is 10 seconds, you save 0 time. So if your plan is, oh, I'm going to go to the store to buy 1 skip sandwich, and that is a waste of time. So we're going to the store and we're buying like 20 skip sandwiches. That's the only reason it makes sense to do it. And as a result, if you use just a skip sandwich just to move fast, you're probably wasting the skip sandwich. The skip sandwich is almost always used in conjunction with either skipping enemies or going for green swirls. That is the true utility of a skip sandwich. Being able to move fast and position yourself in a spot to either skip enemies or get a green swirl. If you're just using it to move fast, you're probably wasting time. Yeah, and we need skip sandwiches, like skip sandwiches for Stonehenge. Oh, they're so needed. Skip sandwiches for Magicant, extremely useful. Skip sandwiches for the Scaraba Desert to avoid those fights, crazy useful. Skip sandwiches to avoid some fights in Dungeon Man, also useful. Skip sandwiches to move fast in an area, not useful. Skip sandwiches to avoid the fights in Milky Well, very useful. So it's just like, you have to kind of plan out where you're going to use them. If you're using them just to move fast, you're wasting time. How long does a DX last? A DX lasts for 20 seconds. A regular sandwich lasts for 10. So here we're going to buy a Crystal Charm. We're going to put this Crystal Charm on Paula because it has the highest speed. She has the highest speed. It's mainly used for higher run percentage chances in the Stonehenge base. That's really all it's used for. Better run chances in Stonehenge. If you were going for better run chances and you put it on someone like Jeff, it would make no difference. So, interesting situation right here. There is a picture right here. A picture trigger area. No one has yet to find a reliable way to skip this picture 100% of the time. You can make it more reliable by popping a skip sandwich DX and then doing the teleport. That skips it like 80% of the time, but I still have yet to find anyone that can skip this 100% of the time. Sorry of it. No one has figured it out yet. So I just do my best. And apparently I tried doing the teleport without the skip sandwich, and it worked. So in this area we're looking for 0 spawns. If there's any spawns, respawn them. That's a fake enemy, don't worry about him. Once again, in this room we're looking for 0 spawns, and then if there are no spawns, use a skip sandwich, and then kind of take a wide path around here to avoid this enemy. The skip sandwich is also used to skip these guys against the wall. Skipping these guys is kind of an art. As soon as you are above the stairs and you can move down, guide along the bottom wall, and then immediately go up. The only guys these guys can attack is Ness. If they touch Paula, Jeff, or Pooh, they will not initiate the attack. It has to be with Ness. So if you can beat them to the stairs, you win. So that's the goal. go up here, guide along the bottom wall, and then get up the stairs. On this one, you actually do not have to guide along the bottom wall. Just get up here and move straight and get in the door, and you will not have a fight. So this one is very easy to dodge. As long as you have a skip sandwich and you had the skip sandwich active before he was aggroed, you will make it in. Fights in this area are very tricky. It's almost impossible to... Yeah, I just got unlucky. So this is a kind of a nasty area where sometimes it's not worth despawning them. Sometimes it's just, you should just take what you get. I probably should have just taken that. And whose skip sandwich to use and when? You want to use all of Jeff's skip sandwiches before you make it to deep darkness. Try not to use any of Pooh's. It's okay to use a couple, but ultimately all of Jeff's skip sandwiches need to be gone by the time you hit deep darkness. Otherwise, you're gonna waste them because you have to drop them. Oh, no worries, Arlix. I will be putting this on. I will be highlighting this and probably putting this on YouTube. So that was, yeah, that was a silly fight. You want to make sure you're being careful in this little area, just going back and forth because the guys can spawn up close right here. So usually it's just, as long as it's not awful, just take the fight. Apparently I just let them run into me because I couldn't make up my mind. All of the hieroglyphs right here are susceptible to hypnosis. And all the hieroglyphs, every single enemy in this dungeon is susceptible to paralysis except this guy. When something is either asleep or paralyzed, you can run 100% of the time. We're going to be using that to our advantage. So we're going to hypnosis this guy and kill this guy and then run. So because he is now asleep, we have a 100% guaranteed chance to run. So because we're ghosting, we're going to try and get through the rest of this area. Interesting to note, you need to make sure you're using a skip sandwich before you go in this door. If you use it after, it's too late and you're going to get into a fight. Use the skip sandwich before you go in this door. That way, as soon as you come out, you can just walk right and you will skip all of these fights. If you use it after, they will already be aggroed, and they will attack you. So you have to use a skip sandwich before you get in that door. It's a fun room. I usually just I just usually end up despawning this until there's nothing there, or I get unlucky and I'm forced into a fight. We're going to use the skip sandwich to guarantee that we avoid this fight, because we actually want that enemy to be there on the way back. And also, you need to make sure, once again, use the skip sandwich before you enter that door, because if you use it after, you will fight him. That's just here in the pyramid, these like kind of non-RNG fights, because these guys are scripted to be there. So for this fight, let me go back real quick. So this fight is kind of nasty, but just play it smart. Big bottle rocket from Jeff, rockin' beta from Ness, freeze betas from Pooh, ideally freeze betas from Paula as well. Don't be afraid to use your brain food lunch in this dungeon. If you use a brain food lunch, you're probably going to end up using it on Ness. Because his Paralyze Omegas take like 24 psychic points. And Paralyze Omegas are wonderful. Oh my gosh. So this is a bad situation. I accidentally let Ness die. So you get to see me over how to deal with a bad situation. So you got the second big bottle rocket off and killed him. So now we have an almost dead Jeff and then a live Pooh. So what I would do in this situation, remember, we ended up picking up a cup of life noodles in Talarama's cave. This is where you're going to use it, because Ness has to be alive for this dungeon. So what I would do here, without remembering what I did, take the cup of life noodles that Ness had, right here, take his cup of life noodles, give them to either Ness or Jeff or Pooh so he could use them, revive Ness, and then have him life up everybody, or have Pooh life up everybody. Leave Paula dead. Paula is not that important for this fight. Or for this dungeon. To be honest, if you're going to have someone die in this dungeon, have it be Paula, because she's pretty useless here. Do I ever use Pooh's mirror ability? No, I do not. Yeah, and once again, this was a situation where Ness did not get needed experience. So yeah, this was a crazy run. This run was all over the place. So I'm probably going to take his life noodles, which are right there. Give them to one of the others. We also have a secret herb that we picked up in Moonside that we can use if we still need it. All you need to do right here is make sure the enemies are far enough away that they won't attack you, so you step on that. Once again, you want to use a skip sandwich before you aggro this enemy up here. Use it early so you can skip him. You'll have to go against the wall, the bottom wall though. So, interesting spot right here. You want to leave this enemy here, because if there's lots of spawns here, you can fight this guy and no one will join. What does the chance of a secret herb have of reviving? 75%. Same as the third healing. The secret herb and the third healing are literally the same effect. They both have a 75% chance to revive. So if you attack this guy, regardless of who's in this room, no one will join. So I will always try and leave this here. So if there are enemies here, I can just fight him and fight him alone. Hypnosis and run. The thing is, you're kind of stuck in fighting him because there's no way to avoid him if you're coming from the right. And then I will grab this this sarcophagus right here. That's a cup of life noodles. It's very important to grab. So we still have that skip sandwich active, so we're going to skip both of those. Every enemy in this dungeon is susceptible to paralysis except the human-looking hieroglyphs, so just paralyze them and run. If you get into a fight with, say, like one of these and a snake, just do Paralyze Omega and run. How much time left? We are 2 hours and 38 minutes into a 4 hour and 29 minute video. I probably won't go to the very end, though. So I would say maybe an hour and a half left. Once again, we're going to be using a skip sandwich trick to skip these, guide along the bottom of the room and go in. I was a little too slow in doing that, so I got caught. But this is the one guy that's not susceptible to paralysis. Pop a hypnosis and run. If you really need it, there's almost always a butterfly that spawns in this next room. Grab this chest. The diamond band sells for $10,000. You'll be using that money to buy more multi-bottle rockets. I have no idea why that was a green swirl. Don't ask me why, because I was facing the other way. If this were not a green swirl, though, both of these enemies are susceptible to paralysis. Do a Paralysis Omega and run. Am I still doing any percent? I'm still working on it. I haven't done it in a while. Kind of shifted my focus to Final Fantasy recently. I will actually take this fight right here, because there's always tons of enemies in here, and you're not going to be able to avoid everything. Take that fight, hypnosis, run, and then you can skip sandwich all the way to the end of the dungeon without fighting anything else. You'll skip a ton of fights this way. Because like I said, these fights like this are scripted and no one else will join. Yeah, in that room with the platinum band, yeah, make sure you are completely against that bottom wall before you move right, or else you'll fall in without grabbing that item. It's a very important item. It's lots of needed money. So yeah, once again, we'll guide along the bottom wall to skip the snake. Actually, you don't even have to guide along the bottom wall. I think you can just go straight. Either way, I did it. Doesn't matter who died in that dungeon. He will give you a full heal. He does that just so to make sure that Pooh's alive. What is my next little Nemo? Gosh, I haven't done little Nemo in ages. I'm going to be doing a little teleport trick I learned from SDFG right here. Stick yourself right above this guy right here and do a teleport alpha and go straight up to the left and you'll run into Dungeon Man. And in we go. If you have spawns here at the beginning, just leave and come back in. Be very careful. Enemies can spawn all over the place and these presents are nasty. As soon as they catch you, they will go non-stop until they catch you. Enemies can spawn right here, so be careful about that. Enemies can also spawn. You'll see me guide along this wall very carefully because enemies can spawn right above here. And I had that happen once where I got into a nasty fight and I didn't realize they could spawn there. Another nasty spawn area right here. Lots of enemies can spawn right there. These are all like the enemies in this area, all like the coffee and the protoplasms and the records. They're all nasty little buggers. No, I do not have the record in the game. Actually, Havoc Prodigy, who does have the record, beat his own record again, and now has like a 23:49. Almost 2 minutes faster than my record. You have to talk to him. It's a trigger for the next sequence to begin. So this next area is brutal. Papa skips sandwich because this next area is 100% luck. At this point, all of Jeff's skip sandwiches should be gone. If you still have them, you need to use them before you hit deep darkness. So outside of here, you cannot respawn enemies. You just have to take what you get. If you have lots of enemies like down in this area down here, feel free to go north and try and respawn them. In this situation, I have a guy to my left, so I will just book it to the right. Guide along the top of the pyramid where there's the least amount of enemies possible to spawn. And do everything you can to avoid all fights in this area. Like this right here, that's bad. Thankfully those UFOs didn't join from up there. This is the least dangerous enemy in this area. All the robots in this area, though, are very susceptible to freeze, so use that. Thankfully I had a super bomb left over that I could use. Yeah, this area can be a run under. If you get killed, you spawn right back where Dungeon Man began, and Ness has 0 psychic points. Basically, you have to get through the rest of it with no skip sandwiches and no fights because you're gonna die again. So yeah, avoid fights like the plague in that area. first instance of using teleport to skip enemies. This guy right here, using teleport to get past him. He might have been stuck on a tree, but I didn't want to risk it. So this is a very critical spot because we are going to withdraw literally all the money we have. If you die, you lose half of the money in your inventory that you're holding. So if you die here, it is awful. Don't die here. Once you've withdrawn your money, play it very safe. See, I was stuttering past there to spot enemies, and they were still there. The coffee is very susceptible to freeze beta. It'll kill him in one hit. The records are also very weak against freeze. Usually when you see a pack of 3 enemies, it's usually a coffee, a record, and a protoplasm. Yes, Silver. This is I hold the record for this category, but this isn't my PB. This is a very good run. I don't have a raw video footage of my PB. This is a very good run that I did about a month ago. It was about 45 seconds off of being a PB. And I wanted to make a very nice commentary video, basically a knowledge dump of everything I know about this game, since I've been running it for nearly 2 years. What is the goal for money you need? 20,000. 20 to 25,000 is what you want. You don't bother talking to a dungeon man, even if you're about to die. Doesn't matter. The revitalizer at the end of this cave will give you a full heal. Talking to him is a waste of time. Feel free to grab this talisman ribbon. It's worth about 22,000 bucks. Extra money for multi-bot rockets. We're not going to bother equipping it, just sell it. All of the enemies from here on out are all protoplasms. They will all run from you. So yeah, this revitalizer will revive everybody, bring people back from the dead, anything. It is a 100% full heal. So yeah, if you were in that cave and someone was dead, and don't even worry about healing at Dungeon Man, just go down. Yeah, it's not as big of a makeup because I mean it's only worth like 2,500, and the platinum band is worth like 10,000. But it's definitely a nice little makeup. I don't think the ribbon sells for that much. I think it's like 2,000. One thing I can do right here, line yourself up right where Ness is right now, right here, and then do a teleport alpha and just go straight right. So right above this little crest right here, this little bend, right above it, and teleport alpha right. And you'll go as far as you can and run into a bush and not teleport away. So at this point, you need to make sure that Ness has 2 empty slots in his inventory. He needs to buy 2 super bombs. So you need to make sure you still have those skip sandwiches. Make sure they're still in Ness's inventory. And make sure you have 2 super bombs. Those 2 sandwiches and 2 super bombs are for Magic Ant. So dump stuff to Paula. Paula doesn't need anything at this point. Oh, she's not buying anything, so it's okay to fill up her inventory. So what we're going to do, sell Platinum Band. Sell the Talisman Ribbon. And sell the Diamond Band. Yeah, Talisman Ribbon's worth $17.50. And now sell the Diamond Band. So now I'm sitting on 30k, which is plenty. Actually, now I need to sell Jeff's weapon. So Jeff literally has no items in his inventory at this point. He has no defense, no offense, nothing. He has no need for a weapon from this point on in the game. Just multi-bottle rockets. He has no need for anything else. So fill up. Actually, I think I'm buying a super bomb, so I don't have to worry about my money management. So Ness needs 2 super bombs, and then buy as many multi-bottle rockets as Jeff can hold. Spend the rest of your money on multi-bottle rockets. Yes, Silver Dono, I will highlight this, and I will make a YouTube video. Yeah, but at that point you've already used multi-bottle rockets and you have space for it. Usually you don't have enough money to even fill Jeff's inventory with multi-bottle rockets, so there's no point in giving them to anybody else. I've never had enough money to fill Jeff's inventory and give something to someone else. So yeah, usually I think the most I've ever been able to buy is 13. So yeah, at this point I bought 12. No, I think did I fill? Yeah, I had enough to completely fill Jeff's inventory. 14 multi-bottle rockets. That's a little overkill, but whatever. As soon as you hit this dark space, use the Hawkeye. And we're going to be using the teleport skips. You swim very slowly and even slower in the deep stuff. So teleport ignores the speed decrease and just goes straight through. So this is the first instance of using heavy teleports to skip enemies and go fast through slow parts. This is a bad section. Note that when you're teleporting, you cannot turn backwards at 100 degrees. You can turn 90-degree angles, though. So if you need to, like, turn around, like you're facing left and you need to teleport and go right, you have to go down and then right. You can't turn straight right. There's a failed teleport right there. I'm kind of struggling right here. 2 seconds, Ness. So you have, like, start. Gone. For this fight, you're just going to have Jeff use a multi-bottle rocket. That's not a guaranteed kill, though. Sometimes it does low damage. So I usually have Paula do a freeze beta as well, just in case. In case I get a low multi-bottle rocket roll. And that was one of those low rolls. He has just over 1,300 health, and I did 1,200. So that freeze beta carried it over and killed him. Yeah, this Casey Bat is a 100% drop. It is technically it's the most powerful weapon in the game. It has a 75% miss rate. Interesting fact though about weapons: if you use the item from your inventory, it never misses. We haven't found any use for that though. So yeah, I just get rid of it immediately. I think that guy catches me, doesn't he? Yep. Nasty fight. Don't get into these fights. One of these guys is very strong against freeze. I'm not sure which one it is. I think I just used Starstorm. This doesn't kill him though. I should have done a Starstorm and a Rockin' Beta or something. Yeah, these guys are super powerful. So yeah, this fight, Starstorm and Rockin' Beta. When was that found out? That was found out a long time ago. That's been known for a long time. The thing is, I'm not positive if it has to be unequipped. I think it has to be unequipped when you use it. Like, the first time you use it, it equips it and then uses it. And then you can no longer use it from your inventory, maybe? I'm not positive how it works. Feel free to test it, though. That's something I don't know for sure. I'm not sure if that works when it's unequipped or when it's both unequipped and not used. I think when it is equipped, I think it's just the same as if you had bashed. I'm not positive, though. Feel free to test. I would love to learn new info. So yeah, when you go into Tenda Village, you don't need to do anything. Feel free to go in and immediately leave. And it's okay to leave people dead. Ideally, there will be no more fights until you get to the bottom of Winters. And at which point there is a revitalizer you can use to revive people. The thing is, the yo-yo is weaker than the T-ball bat. That was me mistaking that I was in Winters the first time. Let's go ahead and skip this section. There's nothing to talk about here. Once again, we're going to be manipulating this, the spawn tiles, to our advantage. If you just go south right here, you will fight a nasty bunch of enemies down here to the south. Wrap around, and you will not open up the spawn tile, and you'll be able to skip right past it. No, Tiger. This is a run that I did about a month ago. I recorded the raw footage from the Super Nintendo, and I am playing the raw video as part of this. So this was played on a regular console. All the enemies are running from you in this cave because you already killed Shroom. Even though these enemies would probably do a nice little bit of damage to you. Once again, using teleport to skip enemies. When you teleport, enemies don't move, and you cannot initiate fights. You can run into enemies, but running into them will not automatically initiate a fight. So we're going to go ahead and use the Revitalizer. A full instant heal, removes all negative conditions, revives people, full heal, full psychic points, everything. Talk to the rat, get to Racer, and we're heading in. Is your world record run on YouTube? Yes, it is, Silverdano. There's my YouTube channel's in my profile down there. Once again, avoid this picture. There's a picture trigger area right here. Don't go into it. Kind of wrap around and enter this from the side. So, interesting area right here. So, down here to the south, there is an enemy. It's always a mook. He has a 100% spawn rate. Thanks to Phalix for trying this out. This tactic is used in another area, but he had the idea to use this right here. So, the mook down here has a 100% spawn rate. He is always there. The interesting thing is, though, he's moving around during this time. You have not aggroed him, but he's spawned. So, if you wait right here, eventually he will move around enough that he moves down and literally despawns himself. So if you sit here and wait like 5 seconds and then go down, he'll almost always be gone. So I'm just going to sit here for a few seconds and then go down. And no enemy. This was a strat that SDFG and I were using in Fire Spring, but he implemented it in here. So, if there are spawns right here, head down to the bottom of the stairs and go back and forth to despawn them. This is a really good Stonehenge so far. This is really good. You can despawn those enemies over there by branching over here. So the Starmen have a very interesting movement pattern. They teleport around. The thing is, if you touch the Starman from like almost every single angle, it's almost always a green swirl. The most reliable angles, though, are from the sides. Regardless of how long a Starman has been motionless, if you touch it from directly on the side, it will always, always, always be a green swirl. So Atomic Power Robot, this is the best single enemy fight. Very easy to run. If you fight the mooks are susceptible to hypnosis. So give a mook hypnosis and then just run. The Starmen and the robots, you just have to run without using any hypnosis or anything. Okay, this next room is the room from hell. There's always tons of spawns. You're always going to fight a bunch. I think it's the one where I got super lucky, and yeah. This right here, this never happens. Don't expect this to happen. I think this is the first time this has ever happened to me, and like, probably getting to this part 50 to 75 times. This right here, there's no enemies on the screen in this area. This doesn't happen. There's always enemies. So there will be like a Starman here and a Starman here, whatever. Wait for them to teleport around until you're at a clean spot, and then you can approach them right from the left or from the right. You can like touch them just from the side, and it'll be a green swirl, and then you run. And then from that point on, you're going to be popping skip sandwiches and using something that I call enemy bouncing. So basically, when you're flashing, enemies will not be like aggroed against you. They'll just be like swinging around, but not really moving at you. So use that to your advantage. I mean, you're flashing and you cannot initiate fights. Run past enemies and go to the next fight and initiate a green swirl with another pack. So say there was like a pack right here, a pack right here, and a pack right here. Get into a fight right here. Get a green swirl against that Starman by touching him right on the right. Do a run. Use a skip sandwich and run down to this one. And get a surprise attack on him as your flashing ends. And then you do it again. Keep running around. Keep running from group to group, going for the green swirls. Don't just run past them. Run here and stop, and wait for your ghost to wear down, and initiate a green swirl. That is the most reliable way to get through these areas. See, I waited for the Starman to teleport to me, and then touched him from the left. That's how you do it. Don't just all run in there all willy-nilly. Wait for the opportune time. This little area right here, if there's enemies, go back in and out until they're gone. Once again, there's enemies at the bottom of the stairs. You don't have to fight them. Sometimes if you can get them in a good position, you can initiate a green fight against them. But it's usually just better to despawn them. And then from here on out, there's tons of fights. Starman, in a good spot. Force a green swirl. If you attack them from the side, it'll always be a surprise attack. And then pop a skip sandwich. And then just start booking it. Book it to the next area where you think you can initiate another green swirl easily. Which is right there. See, I got unlucky, and he teleported right when I wanted him to leave. So that was kind of poorly executed on my part. There's a couple of life noodles up there? I literally never knew that. Actually, as long as we're talking about a couple of life noodles, I need to go back and talk about something that I missed. So we're at 30311. We're going back to Deep Darkness for a second. So when you're coming through this area, you might realize that, like, if I've already used all my couple of life noodles, where do I get another one? There is another couple of life noodles in this area, and I will show you. Right up here, above this tree, there's a couple of life noodles right there. I didn't call it out, but I did get it. That's a very important one. I almost always get that one. Okay, back to where we were. Look at him wiggling down the ladder, all cute-like. Okay, you're gonna grab an exit mouse here. This is an important one. You're gonna use this one to get out of here quickly. So there's lots of nasty spawns in this area right here, but you can easily despawn them by going back and forth. See, I got lucky. Usually there's more spawns than that, but once again, just going back and forth and despawning them is the best bet. You don't have to take those fights. Here I'm giving the Crystal Charm to Jeff. You don't have to do this, but it makes the bottle rocket, multi-bottle rocket, more likely to one-hit kill the Starman Deluxe. So if you want a better chance, just give Jeff the Crystal Charm. Increases the speed and will make the multi-bottle rockets do more damage. Defend, multi-bottle rocket. You can also use Nest to life up Beta Jeff just in case. And done. Do not use psychic attacks against Starman Deluxe. He has a psychic shield. They will kill you. Stick with physical attacks. Stick with multi-bottle rockets. Life up Jeff with Nest if you need to, but don't use any psychic attacks. A Chrono Trigger race challenge. That is a long race. I know that. It's a long run. Maybe? I've played that game many times before. It's a fun game. Here you can talk to either Apple Kid or Dr. Andonuts to get out of here. Dr. Andonuts has less text, so talk to him and then leave. Talk to Dr. Andonuts and then exit mouse out. Hopefully you don't get a spawn here at the top of the ladder, and then just teleport out here to Onet. We're going to Onet to grab the Book of Shyness. So it's in the last bookshelf. Just left click and you're gonna get it. So interesting strat right here. I think this is the only place that I found where teleport alpha is faster than teleport beta. Well, technically it's faster everywhere, but this is the place where it's hard to do alpha. So most people will do a teleport beta in this little area right here. But teleport beta takes 8 seconds. Teleport alpha takes 2. So if you can pull off an alpha wherever you would normally do a beta, it saves you 6 seconds. More runners need to do this. Save some time. Because I'm the only one that I know who does this. So walk to right here, and you just need to practice it a couple times. You're gonna teleport alpha, and then dink, dink, right through the trees. Make sure Ness's inventory is empty right here. So whoever gives the Book of Shyness to the Tenda right here will also get the Tenda Kraut. So note that even if like Ness has an open inventory and Pooh gives the Book of Shyness to this Tenda, Pooh will get the Tenda Kraut. It's important to remember when you're managing inventory. What's up, Carpet Crawler? And then make sure to talk to the Tenda again after this is done, after you get the picture and after you renamed your character or your player name. Talk to the Tenda again, you'll get another bag of Dragonite. Don't forget to talk to him again. I've done that before. Make sure Ness had an empty inventory slot for that Dragonite. Don't bother going to the pool or anything, that's a full heal that you get right there. When you're talking to that guy, for some reason you get a full heal. I'm not sure why, but you get a full heal. Even though he doesn't make the sound, you get it. Go ahead and talk to the rock. If you don't talk to the rock, you'll get to the door and you'll find out that you were supposed to talk to the rock and you'll look foolish. Okay, there's a bunch of fobbies in this area. Theoretically, I should have taken these fights since Ness is at a really low level. And I missed the Shroom, both the Shroom fight and the Kraken fight. Was it the Kraken fight? No, it was Shroom and the Running Man and the Pyramid. Ness was dead for both of those fights when he needed to be alive. So as a result, Ness is going to be short a little bit. So yeah, from here on out, just try and despawn the fobbies if you can. This next little area is kind of nasty. This basement right here can be a run killer for a lot of people, but there are techniques to avoid the fights, and I'll show you them. First of all, make sure there's no enemies at the bottom of the ladder. What I was doing right there, I went to the top of the ladder and waited for him to despawn himself without having to go back in and out. So be very careful as you're coming around this bend. If there are enemies in this area, come back over right here or right here, this little inlet right here. Come back to one of these spots and just wait. And the enemies will usually move to the left and despawn themselves. So, enemies right here, come back to one of these spots and wait for them to despawn. That guy is useless, he can't get through the gap. There's enemies right here, it's always the same. Come back to right there against the wall and wait. You just have to keep coming back to the wall. Going back to the wall will despawn that area. It may not look like it sometimes because the same enemies are there, but you're despawning them. So at the top of this ladder, I usually just take the fights, so the fobbies are not that big of a deal. Just Starstorm, and the Starstorm will kill everything. Pooh's psychic points are not needed for the boss, so use as much as you need. Pooh should have enough for 3 Star Storms once you reach this area, so... So immediately pop a skip sandwich and try to start skipping fights. You can use a couple alternate routes. I think SDFG does something different than me here. I got unlucky right there. Almost skipped him. Avoiding being antisocial. Yeah, the fights that you do get him with, the Smiling Sphere, the sphere thing, you can Hypnosis. He's 100% susceptible to Hypnosis. The Lightning Skeleton guy, you can hit with the Freeze, and the Robo thing can hit with Freeze. The Lightning guy is very scary, though, because his Flash can kill people. So, just don't fight him. Easier said than done. So some people right here, STFG does it, I think some other people do it too, they will give Paula some super bombs, and back at the Deep Darkness, and Jeff will multi-bottle rocket twice, and Paula will throw some super bombs. I don't like doing that. The whole point of that is to avoid this area down here. I just do it. So that rabbit's foot you got is critical. I made a huge mistake by not putting it on Jeff, so I basically wasted that. So what you should have done is take that rabbit's foot and put it on Jeff, because the increased speed makes the bottle rockets do more damage. So yeah, take the rabbit's foot, put it on Jeff before this fight, like I did not. I go ahead and life up Jeff with Ness in case, because he almost always does a electric attack first turn, and if both of them hit Jeff, he would kill him. So I usually do life up with Ness to Jeff as a safe strat. So I got lucky. Both my multi-bottle rockets were pretty powerful even without my rabbit's foot, so I still killed him. You'll probably see me immediately put the rabbit's foot on Jeff after this fight because I'm dumb. Yeah, so right there I was checking healing because I wasn't paying attention during the level ups. You want to make sure that Pooh has... Yeah, I'm putting the rabbit's foot on Jeff. You want to make sure that Pooh knows the third healing at this point. If Pooh does not know the third healing, do not do Fire Spring yet. Do not do Fire Spring without Pooh knowing the third healing. If Pooh does not know the third healing, do Fire Spring later. Okay, this is just watching text scroll by, so we're going to skip this. Okay, we just dropped down the hole, now we're in the underworld. First thing we're going to do, teleport out, grab an exit mouse. Little failed menuing. So we're going to teleport to Onett, grab an exit mouse, which is very much needed if we're going to get out of these sanctuaries quickly. I don't know what it is, I just call it the third healing. Fastest way to teleport, before you even move, start the teleport. Go down to the path, go right along the path, and then go up along the path. Fastest way out of there. So we're teleporting back to the underworld. That has a twofold purpose. When you teleport back to the underworld, you're immediately further than when you started. So even if you weren't going to get that exit mouse, it's probably better to use the teleport beta and just teleport to the underworld where you already are, and you'll go further in the area. This is a sea pendant. Absolutely critical item. Do not forget that item. Doesn't really matter who you put it on at this point. I put it on Paula just because she has nothing on her. You could just as easily put it on Ness. You can make an argument for putting it on... Actually, the only people that really make sense for an argument are Ness and Jeff, or Ness and Paula. It doesn't make sense to put it on Jeff because he needs the rabbit's foot, and it doesn't make sense to put it on Pooh. Yeah, teleport past enemies as you need. So this is phallic strategy number 2. When you're coming into Fire Spring and you reach this bottom rope, right there, stop and wait. There's an enemy that spawned off to your right. You're waiting for him to move to the right and despawn himself. So wait here for a few seconds and then go to the right, and there will be no enemy in this area. These areas right here has a spawn rate. I just go in and out until they're gone. You can also try something risky. Is if you go in and see both of them moving away from you, you can go in and try for a surprise attack. I don't do that because I'm terrified of those enemies in there. They're all extremely powerful. If you want to look at someone that does do that, look at some of SDFG's runs. He does that much better than I do. I just go in and out until it's empty. So once again, this upcoming cave is the same idea. Those 2 fires are going to spawn. I'm just going to go in and out until they're gone. See, and they both have to be moving away from you to try and get that green swirl. So none of these situations would have been one where I could have even gotten a green swirl if I were decent at that strategy. So just fight this guy. As soon as this fight's over, we're gonna be... So this guy, you can just do a hypnosis and then run. The flame enemies, you can do the 3rd freeze with Paula and then bash with everybody else and you'll kill him. I'm not sure what I'm doing. Oh yeah, skip sandwich to try and avoid this next group. I think I don't make it actually. Oh, so close. I was like 2 pixels away from the door. So yeah, in this fight, what you want to do, there's a spirit and a fire. You can put the spirit to sleep with Ness, so hypnosis the spirit. Paula does a freeze, the 3rd freeze on this guy, and then you can have Jeff defend and Pooh attack him. The freeze and Pooh's attack will kill him, and the hypnosis will put him to sleep. You can just defend with Jeff, and then run. If you have, this area like right here, what you want to do with this, the enemies in this area are kind of nasty. Go into this door right here and just respawn them until you get it empty. If they're in a bad position, you're just going to have to fight them, and it's a very nasty fight. Just try and run. It's not worth fighting it. I don't know how I skipped that guy. Be very careful of this guy. If he is moving towards you when you initiate this fight, you're going to have to fight him. Because their like momentum carries through after the fight, And even though you've now cleared the sanctuary and enemies should be running from you, he will still keep coming at you, and you will fight him after you clear this boss. So sometimes it's better to wait right here until he moves away. So just sometimes just chill right here until he moves away from you, or is moving away, and then initiate the fight. Strategy for this fight is always the same, and I will show you. So Jeff should have the rabbit's foot on him. Paula should, for me, has a sea pendant. Ness has the night pendant. So what you're gonna do? Life up Jeff with Ness. So Ness does a life up beta on Pooh. Paula does a freeze, the highest freeze she has. Jeff does a multi-bottle rocket, and Pooh does his highest freeze. What that does, since Jeff has the sea pendant or the rabbit's foot, he goes first. His damage will kill the fire dog or carbon dog, and immediately become the diamond dog. That damage will reflect back on Jeff, and he has now taken mortal damage. But because Ness has the lowest HP, Paula and Pooh now go. Now you're hoping that those freezes do big damage, and the main reason is the solidify. Each time you do a freeze, it has a 25% chance to solidify. And you're doing, because you have, Pooh has a move that can ultimately do more damage, the Starstorm, but you're more concerned about the solidify, so Diamond Dog does not have a move. So you're basically hoping for one of the 25% roll with one of those people for a solidify. And then after they have both gone, Ness will do his life up, almost as Jeff is about to die. So you need to be mashing through this text quickly. Jeff will probably be at about 30 or 40 when that life up goes off. So we can see that turn play through. Life up beta, freeze, multi-bottle rocket, and freeze. This kills Carbon Dog. Diamond Dog damage reflects back at Jeff and kills him. Now Pooh goes. You're hoping for a solidify. Did we get it? So we got the solidify. Life up Jeff. So I guess the order went that way. So at this point, Carbon Dog is dead. You've already done about 500 damage to Diamond Dog, and he's solidified for next turn. You have a free turn where he's still not going to do anything. So for the next turn, we're going to do something very similar. Actually, we're going to be doing literally the same things. Life up beta to Jeff. Paula's going to do the third freeze again. Jeff is going to multi-bottle rocket, and Pooh is going to do the third freeze. Same exact thing. Hoping for a solidify. So no solidify. So now, at this point, Diamond Dog is almost dead. We've done like just under 3,000 damage to him. I think Diamond Dog has like 3,100 HP. So at this point, it doesn't matter what you use. Don't use another multi-bottle rocket though, because he's almost dead. Ness will do his highest rockin'. Paula will do her freeze. Jeff can just defend and have Pooh, if he has enough, do a Starstorm. Otherwise, just do freeze again. And there he goes. So you only have to use 2 multi-bottle rockets on him. You should not need to dig into your third. That fight is almost always the same. One of the easier fights in the game, if you know how to do it. I like to hold on to the multi-bottle rocket in case I need it. In case I need 3 for armored pokey for the Gygas fight. I like to be conservative with my multi-bottle rockets, and in case I didn't have enough money at Deep Darkness, I know that I'm always using the same amount at every single fight, as few as possible. So go ahead and exit mouse out. You can exit mouse from way up here. So go ahead and get out of here. If there's an enemy right here at the exit, just go back in and come back out. We're going to teleport to Onet and grab another exit mouse. And once again, same kind of teleport. Teleport down to the path, over to this vertical path, and then up. And this is the museum that we were talking about much earlier, about how it's faster to talk to the lady in Summers and to skip past her. So we're just going to walk past her because there's much less text. If you talk to her, she talks your ear off. Be careful, you don't want to go too far north. There's a picture up here. So stick to the path you were on at the very beginning. We'll go and watch the Venus show. Why not? Okay. Back to this. So, sorry, I was responding to a couple text messages I got in the last few hours. Venus then smacks you. So, at this point, we're just going to go back to the museum, and we're going to give Mr. Spoon the signed banana. Make sure to not talk to him because he says a lot of stuff. Just give him the signed banana. Once again, just sneak past her. Make sure that after you bought all your multi-bottle rockets, you still have a couple $100 because you still have to spend your money in a few places. I've had the mistake once where after buying all my multi-bot rockets and super bombs, I had like $50 left, and I ended up with not enough money to enter the museum one of the times. So there's a couple strategies you can use in here. Enemies to your left right here. That's okay. Don't go back up and despawn the entire area. That's a mistake. Come down here and go to the right to respawn them. It's more reliable that way. So, and when you're swimming through this area, make sure you keep your eyes like glued to the right side of the screen, because you can still have, if you catch them early, you can still despawn them. But if you take too long, they will aggro and they will come at you. And it's nearly impossible to stutter when you're moving at like 2 pixels a second. So catch them early and then move backwards and despawn them. I think I accidentally right here. Oh yeah, so I caught an enemy, but I'm not going to despawn him. Well, I did, but yeah. So I always try and go for like go full YOLO, but that's a mistake. If you find an enemy and he's already moving towards you, just take the fight. It's not worth going backwards for. I'm analyzing my runs and realizing why I'm still bad at this game. I still glued to the edge of the screen. See, I caught him early enough that I was able to turn around, and he hadn't aggroed yet. Okay, once again, you can just swim through, but it's faster to go up and around. You move quicker. If you have an enemy in the area with the plague rat, you can despawn them by moving to the right. So yeah, if you have an enemy right here, move all the way over here to that little edge, and they will despawn. This is a simple fight, multi-bottle rocket, and he's dead. I think at this point in this run, I was like -2 minutes or something. I was at some absurd pace. At this point in my run, I was on pace for like a 4:09. Yeah, they're okay, Red Balloon. They're not the best, but yeah, they're okay. Do not leave without grabbing that chest right there. You're gonna need that carrot key. Okay, as soon as you go back into the area, exit mouse and you're out. When you leave the museum, do not take a step. If you move 1 step, you will get a picture taken. But if you do not move at all and immediately start a teleport, you will skip a picture. So as soon as you leave, don't move, start a teleport. It's faster just to do this dungeon. Don't bother getting an exit mouse. It's very true, Big Jerk. If only that were possible. That poop juice. With every single fight in here, just try and run. Just run from every single fight. And hope you get your first round runs. This is a good time to use a skip sandwich to try and skip fights. After this fight, I believe I'll use a skip sandwich to try and skip the rest of the encounters on this floor. It's a strong, rickety wooden fence. Okay, immediately pop a skip sandwich, which is a... yeah, I'll do. That was really fast menuing. Go to this hole. You'll skip the first hole and go to the second one. Try and skip fights as you can. It's okay if Pooh dies, he's not needed for the boss fight. The only ones really needed for this boss fight are Jeff, as always. This is not a good fight to fail the run. See, and if you remember, both the Sea Pendant and Franklin badge are on Paula right now. That Franklin badge got put on her in the mole cave right after we finished that section. So I put the Franklin badge on Paula and I leave it there for the entire run because she needs it for the Gygus fight. Yeah, Bom's correct. Ness needs to be alive to initiate the fight. Yeah, some people use the Franklin badge for the department store, but I found that I have never had a lightning be the thing that kills me. It's always something else. So I don't feel the Franklin badge is that important for the department store. I find it more important to leave it on Paula and have less inventory management. Because lightning is not the dangerous thing in the department store. The dangerous thing is the guitar's putting you to sleep. If the guitar puts you to sleep in that one fight, you are hosed. Okay, we're gonna go grab one more exit mouse. We are 3 hours and 35 minutes into this run. Actually, it's more like 3 hours and 35 minutes, that's about right. So now we have 2 more sanctuaries to do before we start Magic Hand. We have Milky Well and Lilliput Steps. So any skip sandwiches that you have left over, you can start using now. But you don't want to use too many. I have a bunch, actually. Because I ended up not needing any in Stonehenge Base, which is weird. Usually I use about 2 or 3 in Stonehenge Base, which I didn't use any. So I'm using them now. It's not because I'm meaning to have them all. But use as many skip sandwiches as you need right now. But don't let your total get below 5. No, don't let your total get below 6. You need at least 5 because you're still going to want 1 more for Milky Well and 4 for the Cave to the Past. Really, you could probably get by with 3, but I like to have 4 just in case. So you want 1 for Milky Well, and no matter what happens, and you want 4 for Cave to the Past area right before Gygus. That's how I usually manage things. So feel free to use as many as you want in this area until you're at that point. So there's really nothing special about this cave. Just walk through and you'll do an auto fight on the mole, actually. So now I still have skip sandwiches, so I'll probably still use one after this one runs out. Or I might save both for Milky Well, I'm not positive. Unfortunately, that bear's in a bad place, but thankfully you auto-kill these bears. Kind of blocked my path. So yeah, don't even bother doing any big spells or anything, just auto-fight and kill them. If you get lucky, you'll kill him in one cycle, but you'll always kill him in two. Don't even get any level ups from him. Quality options, ho! Do I have quality options now? Sweet. I get them. I feel like I get them occasionally. Yeah, so exit mouse out of there. When you're doing a teleport right here, you don't need to move, you don't need to do anything. Just teleport to Saturn Valley and just go straight. You'll teleport through, you don't need to turn or anything. Now we're going to go straight to Milky Well. We are going to be doing a little picture skip right here. Right next to this pond, there's a picture. I used to think you had to teleport past it, but as long as you hug the edge of the pond very closely, you will skip the picture. The enemies in this cave are always the same. Every single enemy in this dungeon has a 75% chance to run from you. So yeah, just skip sandwich and try and move past everything. See, they were both coming at me, but I managed to squeeze in between them. I got very lucky with very few spawns in here, like nothing. Holy crud. That was a really good Milky Well. So yeah, and once again, as long as you kill the main boss, everything dies. So just multi-bottle rocket, trillionage sprout, and the sides will die. Yeah, I'm not really seeking partnership or anything like that. So yeah, we're doing some inventory management right here. You want to make sure that both the rabbit's foot and the sea pendant are both on Ness. That's really all you need. And you need to make sure that Ness has those 2 skip sandwiches that you bought in Summers and the 2 super bombs that you bought in Deep Darkness. So 2 skip sandwiches, 2 super bombs, sea pendant, rabbit's foot. Make sure those are all on Ness. Do not enter Magicant without those things. You will be very sad. A Captain Strong emote. I feel like all we need is a Frank emote. That's all we need. Don't just need one. Frank emote will cover pretty much everything. So I'm gonna go ahead and skip this part. This is just a little cutscene to going through this little sequence. Okay. No, stop. Okay, that's good. Oh, a Vogler emote. That would be genius. You will notice that the Vogler prayer is down there. Andy, Big Andy. Okay. Notice that before we started this, we already equipped the Rabbit's Foot on Ness. Make sure, before you do anything in here, Rabbit's Foot on Ness. Rabbit's Foot on Ness. What did I say? Rabbit's Foot on Ness. Okay. I always equip that before I enter Magicant, so I don't bother to do it with it here. Rabbit's Foot on Ness here. Rabbit's Foot. Rabbit's Foot on Ness. And make sure you equip the Rabbit's Foot on Ness. Okay. First area right here. The same rule goes for the present. Remember the present way back in Winters when we were trying to skip him with Bubble Monkey? These presents have the same movement patterns. So get them to move a certain way and then go pink, pink, pink right around them. So present's going, you guys are coming. And he's already committed. He's already committed. So you go work, 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 and you go around him. So you get him to move. You ready? You ready? You ready for the skip right here? He's gonna move at me, and I go around him. You see that? That's how you do it. Make sure that my inventory was actually full right before I got this present. So I always pop a skip sandwich right before grabbing that present. So at this point, you now have 3 bags of Dragonites. What is a Rabbit's Foot? Rabbit's Foot is the item you get in Lumine Hall right before fighting Electrospectre, and it increases your speed by 40. It increases your chance to run from fights a huge amount. Very much needed for these areas. Basically, it increases your chance to run every single turn by 40%, which is huge. So yeah, pop a skip sandwich, grab that Dragonite. You now have 3 Dragonites. 3 Dragonites and 2 Super Bombs. The Dragonite you picked up in the Monkey Cave, the Dragonite you picked up in Tenda Village, the Dragonite you picked up right there, and you have 2 Super Bombs that you picked up in Deep Darkness. Those are all essential. Okay, we're going to continue. Once again, commit those presents to a certain direction and just go right around them. Once again, the commit. So that's fine, that's fine. This is fine, I can show you how to do this one. The loaded dice, they used to be a big problem for me. Like, when I was first running this game, I didn't realize they were susceptible to paralysis. I didn't realize that mechanic. So I had actually lots of runs die in Magicant before I realized how easy they are to deal with. But if you don't realize how to deal with them, they can be a big problem. How do you deal with them? Give them paralysis. And they can, if an enemy is paralyzed, they can't call for help because it's considered a physical move. So paralyze them and run. If an enemy is paralyzed, you have a 100% chance to run if they're the only enemy. If you don't paralyze them, they're just going to keep calling for help and you're going to die. So now you run. Run away, run away, run away. I was trying to dodge that butterfly. It wasn't needed. I was already maxed out. So go ahead and drop the Sandlot Bat, because the Sandlot Bat that you bought in Happy Happy Village, you're finally getting rid of it for the Magicant Bat. Go ahead and equip that thing. And juke enemies as you can. There was a big pack of them, but generally what you want to do is you want to commit enemies to like start going towards you with a certain direction. And because you're using the skip sandwich, you can almost always go around them. So that's the main reason for the skip sandwich in this area, because all these enemies have super high speed, and you want to dodge them as much as you can. Yeah, if the loaded dice calls a sphere after you paralyze, so you paralyze the loaded dice and you realize there's still a sphere left, go ahead and put hypnosis on the sphere. All the spheres in this game are susceptible to hypnosis. See, once again, commit that question mark to a direction and go around them. Another trick right here. These question marks have a circular direction for some reason. Like, I was coming in this way, right here, and he was going this way to me. So sometimes they take like a circular direction to you. So he took like a circle right here, and then I was able to cut right around. And as soon as I passed him, he went around me. So use that to your advantage, their circular motion. As soon as you enter the Sea of Eden, equip the Sea Pendant. So, enter the Sea of Eden, Sea Pendant. Sea Pendant, Sea of Eden. Together. Entered the Sea of Eden, what are you doing? You're putting on that Sea Pendant. So with these Krakens are kind of finicky. We want the Krakens to go that way, like down to the bottom right. We want to get them in a position where we can either get past them without them getting aggroed, or get them stuck on a wall. See, like, unless he moves, okay, right there. He's in a good spot right here. We are going to be very close together, but it takes them a second to respond to your proximity. And by the time they respond to your proximity, you're already going to be up here. And as soon as you're right there, they're already going this way towards you, but you're still going this way. So as they come this way and you go this way, they're gonna get caught on the wall right here. Every time. So you're gonna be able to guide safely along the wall to avoid them. See that? Every time. They go this way, you go that way, right around. There are a couple ways to deal with this Kraken right here. One strategy is to wait for him to come over this direction, and then to come over here and get him to come down and get himself stuck on the north side of this pillar. That is a strong option, because once he's stuck, you can just swim left and he won't bug you, because he has to come down this way at you. And even if you're like right here, he has to go down somewhat to get to you, and he can't follow that path because he's stuck on the pillar. So he's stuck there for good. As soon as you get him stuck there, you can swim to the left and you're perfectly fine. The other option is to wait for him to either come all the way down here or all the way to the top, and you can either swim on to the south or to his north based on where he goes. See, right here, he's starting to come to the right, so I'm trying to get him to pull. As soon as he goes up again, I'm going to pull him down and try and get him stuck right there. That's what's going through my mind right now. But he's not cooperating. He's going back to the left. So I'm just going to try and despawn him. He's going up. I'm considering it. Oh, and he went back down, so I can't do it. So I got frustrated right here, so I just despawned him and respawned him to see where he goes. He's going up again. If he goes up, I can do it. Oh, I'm going to do it. Got him stuck in the pillar. That's how you do it. This last Kraken has a big spawn area. I mean, he can spawn up here. He can spawn over here. You just have to be very cautious when you're coming through here. So he's right there. So that's not gonna be good. He's right where I need to go. So let's despawn him. Now he's over there. That's perfectly fine. I can go in. Okay? That's how you do it. If you're going along the north side, sometimes you can pull him up and get him stuck like right here. That's perfectly fine too. Get him stuck right there and then just go swim around. If you end up coming along the north side, you can. If he's just down here somewhere, usually just good to swim in anyway. Regardless of where you are, if you come up from this north side, you're probably going to be wanting to swim around here and then come in this way. If you do fight the Krakens, they're not that big of a deal. With the Sea Pendant, their fire move is useless. The only thing that's going to damage you is the lightning attack, but it's not that strong. Just keep bashing and you'll kill him. Life up if you really need it. Ness's Nightmare Fight's always the same. 3 Dragonites, and then throw the super bombs. If you get lucky in the rolls with the Dragonites, you'll kill him with just those. If you're coming into Magicant without super bombs, you're insane. Because if you get bad damage rolls and he lifes up, you're not going to beat him. You're going to have to resort to the backup strategy, which is wasting away his psychic points until he dies. So, Dragonite. That's going to reflect back. As soon as that damage is going to reflect back because he put up a shield beta. Notice, though, that Kraken starts with a psychic shield, but enemies can only have 1 shield at a time. So, because he put up a shield first round, that means he no longer has a psychic shield. So if you really need to, you can start doing psychic attacks and to damage him. But if you start doing psychic attacks at the beginning, they're not going to do anything. They are going to reflect back at you and hit you. So don't do that. Or no, they're not going to reflect back. He doesn't have the reflecting shield. He just has the absorbing shield. But if you do 3 psychic attacks, it'll go away. So that first damage is bad. But at this point, I'm just like, I don't want to life up because that every single time I waste a turn when I'm not doing damage, he has a chance to do a life up beta. Anytime he does a life up beta, that's bad. So I want to go as fast as possible so I beat out my HP ticking down and I can reduce the chance of him doing life up beta. So more Dragonites. Shield beta, that's good. Doing another Dragonite, it's going to reflect back and do more mortal damage. Another bad Dragonite. See, he's still not dead, but he only has like, I think Nessa's Nightmare has like 1650 HP, and my Dragonites didn't kill him, so he has like 50 to 100 left. Throw a Super Bomb and he's dead. Throwing a Super Bomb at this point is very risky though, because if he does a life up beta before me, my HP might tick down before I get a chance to do another move. So it might be safe at this point to do a life up beta. I played it risky and I threw a Super Bomb immediately. But I would probably recommend doing a life up beta at this point. The strategy, if I'm just gonna let that go by. If you run out of Dragonites and you run out of Super Bombs and he is still not dead, you have to fall back and start doing backup strats. If you think he's really close to dead and he's already used his or put up his physical shield, you can start doing some Rockins to try and deal some damage. Each of those are gonna do a Rockin' beta. It's gonna do like 150 damage. You can do a few of those and see if you can take him out. But if he just keeps doing life up beta and life up beta, you have to fall back to the backup strat, which is literally wasting away his psychic points. The strategy for that is defend every turn until your HP is about to tick down to 0. Even if you've taken mortal damage, defend until your HP gets to like 100, then do a life up beta. And then you sit there and wait for your HP to tick up. You do not attack again. Wait for your HP to tick up all the way back to max again, and then you start defending again. Hopefully he does lots of Rockin' Omegas, just wasting away his psychic points until you're back down to 100 again. Life up beta and max out and wait for your HP to max. And then you defend again. And just you get yourself in that cycle over until until it says he literally doesn't have any more psychic points. At which point you just start bashing and he's dead. That's the backup strat. I've had to do that a couple times. The key to that strat though is knowing that after you use life up, you wait for that to tick up. If you're lifing up and you're still attacking immediately, that is a mistake. Hey, what's up, third policeman? How you doing? Just wrapping up a commentary video. So yeah, right here, talk to Dr. Andonuts, go in. He'll tell you to go donut. You can either come up here to do your teleport beta, or you can come down here to do your teleport beta. It's also key to make sure you equip the Rabbit's Foot, because remember, we were in Sea Pendant. So, you had the Sea Pendant equipped, now you equip the Rabbit's Foot. Because you no longer need that ability to survive flash attacks, which is what the Sea Pendant is for. Sea Pendant basically makes flash attacks useless. And Ness's Nightmare has a move that will kill Ness in one hit, or immediately with this flash move. So you equip the Sea Pendant to avoid that. You're going to be using the teleports to clear through here. I had some lousy luck right here. I was kind of stressing out too because I had like, I think I was still ahead by maybe like a minute and a half at this point, and then everything started falling apart. Like I had a really rough time getting up to the top. But yeah, use teleports to get past enemies. If the enemies are not in a good spot to teleport, cancel your teleport and wait for them to move around to open up a space. It's okay to wait for a second. Like right here, they're not in a good space, and I kind of got, he started coming at me more, and I got put in a bad position. But it's okay to wait for a second and wait for the enemies to open up a spot for you to go through. Like I almost pulled it off here, I think, but I ended up fighting him anyway. It's really rare for enemies to be right there too. I got unlucky with those spawns. I see it was green. There is enough room to do a teleport beta right here. If you're kind of nervous about there being enough room, you can come down here and do a teleport beta down there. There's a little more room. It's kind of a tight squeeze right here, though. I actually upped the resolution of my stream right here. Hopefully, like, it looks a little better for you guys. I decided to up it and see if anyone would say anything. No one said anything because I was kind of disappointed. But hey, it looks better now, maybe a little. I upped the resolution. I upped the bitrate a little bit. Okay, yeah, just give Andonis the meteorite piece, go back in, sleep, come back out, and talk to him a couple times, and then head in. You didn't need to go to the hospital before now. This wizard dude, whatever he is, he gives you a full heal. So if you had party members die in Dark Onet, you do not need to go to the hospital. Just sleep in the hotel and come here and let that guy revive you. Don't bother going to the hospital, it's a waste of time. If you do need it, this little rubble over here, this rubble right here, you can check it and get a Horn of Life. Very useful if you need an extra healing item. Wizard dude. The guy teaches you Starman, or Starstorm. Blah. Okay, let's go ahead and skip past this little robot repairing section. No. Okay, there we go. Spin up all after regrouping. I don't worry about the yet. I still want the Sea Pendant or the Rabbit's Foot on Ness. I don't worry about moving things around yet. I put the Rabbit's Foot on... The Rabbit's Foot is still on Ness, because remember we equipped it on Ness in Dark Onet. And Ness has the highest base speed at this point. So you leave the Rabbit's Foot on Ness, because that'll give you the best run odds. Because remember, run chances are based on your best party member speed and the enemy's best party member speed. Take the best of yours, best of his, subtract them, and that's your base percent to run first round. Every round after that increases by 10%. So if Ness has like 70%, the enemy has like 30 at this point, you have a 40% chance to run first round. Enemy coming out of nowhere. So yeah, every single fight here, you're not going to want to fight anything, just run. Run from everything. You're going to use skip sandwiches. Remember you had a bunch of skip sandwiches left over? Start using them now. Hit that first fight, and then start using them to start running from everything. My ghost ran out really quickly right there, I'm not sure why. But yeah, this is where everything started falling apart in my run. I was still ahead of my PB at this point, and then everything started falling apart. No, the only real threat is like Starstorm, and Sea Pendant doesn't protect against that. See, once again, another red swirl. I was getting ticked at this point. Thankfully, this is all in the past, and I don't really care anymore. But yeah, just keep trying to run from everything. Keep trying to go from enemy to enemy. What I call enemy bouncing. Using your ghost to move to the next enemy and getting another green swirl. Be careful of this area, though. I have had, I'll just leave it paused, or played. Never let just one person be alive. I've had a run where only one person was left alive, and I got into a fight with a squatter demon, and he diamondized the last person. So, never let just one person be alive. That's a huge mistake. I think this is because right here I went to heal someone because I'd had that happen before and I didn't want it to happen again. That's when I realized it did not know the third healing. And I started panicking. So this is playing really risky right now with only having one person be alive. But I didn't really have a choice. I probably should have taken my, I think I had a couple of life noodles on someone. I probably should have taken that out and revived Pooh. But this was very scary though, because since Ness did not know the third healing, if both Paula and Pooh die, the run dies. Oh gosh, so many bad fights. Ugh, this was so bad. So it was critical that I keep everyone alive for the Gygas fight. And I think everyone died anyway. I don't know how I pulled it off, we'll see. Another red swirl. I shudder watching this. Don't do what I did here. Play it smart, bounce from each enemy to enemy. It's okay to not try and go for this enemy skip and just go for this trying to get the green swirl. I see. That's what you want to do. You want to get to an enemy group and hit them just as you're ending the ghosting, so you initiate a green swirl. That's ideally what you want to do, but the entire time. So at this point I have to figure out what to do. Normally you have the third healing, so you would use that. But I need to use this on Pooh, so he can in turn start reviving everybody. Because he's the only person who can at this point. But because Pooh had to do this, I no longer have the psychic points that he usually has. Yeah, if this healing failed again, the run would have died right there. Because I didn't have another item. Or maybe I have a secret herb or something. But anyways, what you normally do is, Ness has the third healing, because Ness didn't die for the shroom fight. Ness has the third healing, he revives everyone as needed, he lifes up everybody. Pooh still has max psychic points. Oh, I guess I used a brain food lunch on Pooh, that's kind of smart. I guess it wasn't as close as I was thinking. I didn't realize I still had that brain food lunch. But yeah, and then you want to move your inventory around. Give the Sea Pendant to Paula, give the Rabbit's Foot to Jeff, and leave the Night Pendant on Ness. So then you equip the Night Pendant on Ness, the Night Pendant that you got way back on Moonside, equip that on Ness. You equip the Sea Pendant on Paula, and you equip the Rabbit's Foot on Jeff. Pooh's inventory doesn't matter. Those items, though, are critical. You need that Night Pendant on Ness, and you need that Sea Pendant on Paula, and you need that Rabbit's Foot on Jeff. Night Pendant is going to protect against the flash attacks. The Sea Pendant protects against the flash attacks and his physical fire attack. And the Rabbit's Foot is going to let you do decent damage with a multi-bottle rocket. So first round, you're going to paralyze Armored Pokey, put up the Psychic Shield, multi-bottle rocket Armored Pokey, and life up Paula. That was a really weak multi-bottle rocket, by the way. What you're looking for is like 800. 800 is a decent bottle rocket. I did 350. So at least I got the paralysis and I got the Rocket Alpha. So I got the ideal first round. Yeah, Franklin Badge needs to be on Paula. I didn't call that out because I put the Franklin Badge on Paula after the Mole Cave. And just leave it there for the entire run. So at this point, let me just point out what just happened. So Ness paralyzed Armored Pokey right here. Ness paralyzed Armored Pokey. Paula put up a Psychic Shield on everybody. So now Gygus becomes useless. Gygus can't hurt me, and Armored Pokey can't hurt me because he's paralyzed. So literally, I cannot be damaged until my Psychic Shields wear out. So I am just ready to go ham on Armored Pokey. If Gygus does Rockin' Beta and kills some of your party members, you have to start scrambling for different strats. You need to use Ness to revive Paula. You need to get Jeff back alive. You need to get that Psychic Shield up as fast as possible. Really, there's no like straight way to do it. Sometimes it's just best to kind of live right on the edge and just you keep reviving Jeff with Ness, just so he can fire off those multi-bottle rockets, and leave Paula dead for this until the second round. That might be the best strategy, and it's probably the strategy you might lean towards, because if Paula dies, it's almost not worth trying to get her back alive to get that shield off. It's just too much work, too much hassle, and it usually doesn't work, because you'll revive Paula, and then Gygus will turn around and kill her again, and it's awful. It's a nasty cycle. So just what I would probably do: revive Jeff, have Jeff just fire multi-bottle rockets until he's dead. Keep reviving Jeff as necessary with Ness, and then second round, Jeff becomes useless. Let him die. Revive Paula. Paula will no longer die because she has the Sea Pendant, and Gygus no longer does his rockin' moves, and Paula becomes basically impossible to kill at that point. As soon as you hit Phase 2, the most damage Gygus will ever do to Paula in a single round is like 8 or something like that. So keep Paula at a reasonable HP, and just Starstorm with Pooh and all that fun stuff. We'll get there. So yeah, right now this round I can't take damage because Armored Pokey's paralyzed and I have a Psychic Shield up. Paralysis has a 50% success rate on Armored Pokey, so pray that you get good luck. So 2 cycles, perfect. I had a leftover Super Bomb that I didn't use on Nessa's Nightmare. Use that here if you need to, or use it on Phase 2. But use that Super Bomb, it's very valuable. So at this point, things become very much safer. Gygus has a Flash move, which can kill Jeff and Paula, but it will not kill Ness and Paula, or it will kill Jeff and Pooh. It will not kill Ness and Paula, because Ness has the Night Pendant, which protects against Flash attacks, and Paula has the Sea Pendant, which protects against Flash attacks. So both Ness and Paula at this point cannot be insta-killed. So yeah, throw up that Starstorm Omega here. It does massive damage. 750. Throw out the freezes, throw out the rockins, throw out all your big stuff. Don't worry about the multi-bottle rockets at this point. They almost never work. So just rockins, freezes, and starstorms. That's all you're gonna do here. See, that's all there is to that second round. If Pooh dies and he has a lot of psychic points, sometimes it might be worth it to use Nest to revive Pooh, so you can get that Starstorm Omega off. That is a huge move, 750 damage, and almost guaranteed. Starstorm never misses. So it's almost worth it to waste a turn with Nest to get off that Starstorm Omega with Pooh. Okay. From here on out, it's just... if Paula is at kind of low HP, feel free to life up Paula to begin this section. And then don't worry about anyone else. Nest can die, Jeff can die, Pooh can die, it doesn't matter. Paula has the C Pendant, and Paula has the Franklin Badge. That means the biggest attack Pooh or Gygas can do to Paula is like 8 to 10 damage. He can solidify Paula, and he can do lightning. The lightning will reflect back, and yeah. So if Paula has a decent amount of HP, unless you have absolutely miserable luck and Paula keeps getting solidified over and over and over again, you're going to win. So yeah, just pray over and over and you win. As long as Paula has the C Pendant and the Franklin Badge, you are good to go. I can't emphasize that enough. Like, if you forget one of those items, it can be tragic. Something to remember also is that if one of your characters is dead, you have to remember that the use option disappears. So usually you have use, give, drop, and help in that order. And instinctively, you might go down, like you might go to someone's inventory and go down to the drop selection. Or to the give section to give an item to someone else. If that person is dead, remember that use option is gone. So if you instinctively go down, you are going to drop the item, and you get no warning. Like, are you sure you want to do this? So you better be careful. If a character is dead and they have critical items, be very careful about your menuing, because as soon as you drop that C Pendant, it's like the Gygas fight becomes infinitely more difficult. I have done that many times when a character is dead and just going on auto drive, or on cruise control, whatever you want to call it. You go down a selection and you drop it, and your heart just sinks because you just dropped a key item that you need for the run, and you're 3.5 hours in, and you're like, I don't know how to finish. Going on warp drive. Going on something. Okay, there's really nothing else to talk about in this fight because it's literally just defending with all your characters and praying with Paula. That's all there is to the third phase of Gygas. Now that we're on prayer, are there any areas where you're thinking about experimenting? The only areas that I still need to improve are places where I can do more methodical teleports, like in Underworld, knowing that if I line myself up right here, I can teleport way fast. Like, teleporting in the Underworld is a huge time save, and if I were to practice that and get good at teleporting in certain locations, I could save some time, but I just haven't spent any time with it. Same goes for Deep Darkness. Getting good at lots of teleports and saving some time. I just haven't bothered to practice any with that. Besides that, there's really nothing that I can think of that I really want to improve on. Really, it's just grinding out runs and hoping for better luck. Yeah, but thankfully this one made for an interesting commentary because the luck was all over the place, and I kind of showed what makes a good someone who's good in RPG speedrunning. In my mind, is someone who can stay level-headed, someone who can like deal with bad things happening and lose a run and not be like super salty about it, and be able to come back the next day and just like completely forget about that last run. Like, who cares? I had bad luck, let's try again. Someone who can sit there and like, and seriously like live with the bad RNG. Like, you have a great run going and something bad happens. Can you turn around and figure out how to deal with what just happened? Like, I'm in the 3 tunnel and Paula just died. What do I do? Dealing with bad RNG and not getting frustrated and letting that overtake you, that's something that's critical. Yeah, just knowing how to recover from bad situations is key. But that knowledge comes from just running a game over and over. Like, a lot of times with like platformers and that kind of thing, it's more like muscle memory than anything. But when it comes to like an RPG, it becomes more of how to deal with certain situations. And you learn that if X happens, I can do Y to recover. But if thing Z happens that has never happened to me before, I have these things in my bag. Like, I have thing B and I have thing C and I have thing D that I can try, and I know that if I do thing D, thing F will happen. But if I do thing F, then thing G will happen, and you start connecting all these sequences of things that can happen, and it's really just understanding and dealing with bad situations and preventing and expecting the bad situations. If you learn to deal with that and not lose your cool and become really comfortable with dealing with bad days, then it's gonna come. Like, I've had nights where I just like spent 2.5 hours trying to get out of Onet, and it just didn't happen. Like, it just... Okay, I had 15 attempts that did not get out of Onet, and that's okay. I will come back tomorrow and try again, and I might have 15 more attempts not get out of Onet, but eventually I will, and I will have a run that I can do. And it's just being patient and not losing your cool. And, yeah. Yeah, and that's the end of the run. Timing ends, actually. Let me go back a little bit. Just in case you don't know how all the timing goes for us. Did we already miss the darkness prayer? So timing started when you press the Yep button after you made all the character selections and everything. And it ends... It's coming up. So the timing ends right there. As soon as Paula's prayer has begun, that is when timing stops. Like, as soon as that text starts, you have officially beaten Gygas. And you actually lose control. Like, you can put down the controller and the text will scroll by on its own. Like, you notice that there's no arrows or anything over here for you to scroll text. Everything just scrolls by on its own, and you can't do anything at this point. You have lost control. Like, an arrow comes up, but it's doing everything on its own. You've lost control at this point. Now commentate a live run. But the thing is, I keep timing in case like timings ever change or whatever. I keep timing to the very end of the game, just in case people ever decide, hey, let's time to this point instead. Like, okay, we can adjust my video. It used to be that timing would stop right here. As soon as that text stopped, timing would start. But I mean, it doesn't really matter. I mean, technically you haven't lost control because at this point, if you're not mashing, this text won't advance. It's kind of a weird situation. And then technically say you haven't lost control, there's still more to do. Still have to go back to a net. Before we end this, I'm going to leave it open for like a Q&A section. If any of you have any more questions for me or any comments or anything, feel free to let me know. But I'm going to advance to the very end. There's no point in watching this. I want to show you the last skip that I do. Even though it's not part of the actual run, I can show you the last skip. So right here, there is a a picture sequence right here. You can teleport through, and there's also a portion where when you get really close to the house, Paula starts talking to you. But if you teleport to the right spot, right in front of the door, and immediately start mashing up and try and getting into the door, you will skip both the picture right here and Paula's text. So teleport up and then start pressing up as fast as you can. And you'll get in and Paula will never say anything to you. So you end up skipping both things. Yeah, hopefully you guys enjoyed this. I mean, I tried to cover everything that like goes through my mind. Like, I had some notes that I kind of referenced every once in a while, but mainly it was me kind of talking off the cuff and kind of just giving knowledge as it came. Like, enter 3 tunnel, this is how I would deal with things, and hopefully that helped out those who are still trying to learn this game, those who are good and want to shave off a few more minutes. I don't know, maybe it was just interesting. Thank you, Carpet. Two trout yogurts up. Yeah, and I've been wanting to do this commentary for a very long time. To give you an idea of how long I've been speedrunning this game, I first started streaming on Twitch about, I think it was maybe like early January, maybe? It might have been even late 2012 when I started streaming on Twitch. And I first started streaming on Twitch with Diablo 3, mainly because I just wanted to get in on it and see what could happen, see if people enjoyed it. I got very few numbers there at the very beginning. Like, I think one person ended up raiding me one time, and I had like 30 people in my stream, and I was like going berserk. Like, I didn't even know how to handle myself. Like, normally I'd have like 2 or 3 or 4, but all of a sudden I had like 30. I was like, what is going on? And like people were talking, and I was like, this is great, and I like had a blast doing it. And then I would say a couple months later, my brother and I think my brother pointed out, he's like, hey, you need to check out like some of these Super Mario 64 speedruns. Like, what is speedrunning? So I started watching some of like the Mario speedruns and then some of Cosmo's stuff, and one of the big ones was ACMLM or ACLML, yeah, whatever that name is. I always get confused. But he played a Link to the Past. And just those speedruns fascinated me, and I wanted to get involved with that. So I didn't even know about SDA or Speed Demos Archive. I didn't know about any of the sites. I didn't know how to go about speedrunning. But I just turned around and I was like, you know what? I'll try speedrunning Earthbound. So I literally like turned on Earthbound and started running the game. Like, I broke it down into 4 different sections. I think I found like one old speedrun of Earthbound for Oxwas. But I was like, I'm not going to reference this. I want to try and develop my own route. So I routed the game myself. And I practiced, like, I broke the game into 4 different sections and practiced each one. Like, if you look at some of my early highlights, you will see, like, PB, Phase 1 of Earthbound, PB, Phase 3 of Earthbound. And I finally, after like grinding those out, and finally having the sum of my phase PBs faster than the world record, that's when I started grinding out runs. And I think like I slowly got it down. I got it down to like the low 5 hours, and then SDFG and Popham, and I found out all about all these people that were playing Earthbound. I was like, oh, this is great. And then as soon as we all got together, it was myself, SDFG, and Popham. We're all like coming together and developing these strategies and everything. And we all kind of developed these strategies together, and immediately the time started dropping super fast. Like the record had been 4:55 for the record had been standing for 4:55 for a long time. Like the first ever Earthbound speedrun that on SDA was like 8 hours or 7 hours or something like that. Yeah, and SDFG, if people don't know, SDFG has been speedrunning Earthbound for years. Like his old SDA run was from back in like 2007, 2008. It was from a long time ago. And he had a multi-segment run that was like it was 4 something in the teens, 414 something maybe? Yeah, so now our single segment runs are faster than the multi-segment runs from a few years ago, which is amazing to me. The strats have improved so much. But yeah, the single segment runs were like 7 hours and they drop slowly and drop slowly. And then Skateman, I think, had like a 5 hour or something, like a 5:05. And then Skateman had the first sub 5 hour run. And then Oxwas beat it shortly after with a 4:55. And that 4:55 stood for like a year and something. And then I think SDFG was the first person to break that with like a 4:40 something. And then he dropped it down some more. And then everyone started going crazy. And then I think I ended up taking it with a 4:24 one time. And then I beat it with a 4:19. And then it stood at 4:19 for a really long time. And then SDFG beat it with a 4:16.25, and then again with a 4:14.10. And then in that meantime, I'd gotten mine down to, I think my PB was 4:16.25. And then in that meantime, he got his down to 4:12.10, which stood for a long time, like 6 months. And in that meantime, I was still grinding out runs. I finally got to a 4:14. And then I had the run, which was a 4:11.25, like 3 months ago, which is where the record still stands. But I mean, it's been dropping so much so often that I'm expecting someone to beat it very soon.